With a vision of leading the construction industry in Sri Lanka towards developing a global footprint and excellence in the built environment to meet the challenges of the 21st century, the Chamber of Construction Industry Sri Lanka, CCI, was founded by Deshmanye Dr. Surath Wickramasinghe in 2001 and later incorporated as a company limited by Guarantee in 2003, with 7 leading professional institutions and associations as founder members. Now the Chamber is due to be incorporated by an Act of Parliament very shortly. Striving to accomplish the mission of being the exclusive voice for the construction industry in Sri Lanka to provide a safe, high-quality, sustainable, and eco-friendly built environment, this apex body was initiated to harness the great potential in the construction industry to stimulate economic growth, as it is often considered the barometer of development. Administration of the Chamber is by the Board of Directors, elected by its members under the direction of the Council. The policy-making body, the Council, has representation from all stakeholders in the industry, with many eminent personalities in the field holding office. The Chamber has gained recognition as the main voice of the industry by receiving a consultative status within the government, multilateral development banks, and international funding agencies, among many others, and strive to intervene when required on issues faced by its members. The public-private partnership model is also given much prominence, and CCI acts as a facilitator of investments on development projects. On 8th June 2018, the Chamber entered into a landmark MOU with the China International Contractors Association, which is the sole representative body overseas of the Chinese construction companies. The premier housing and construction exhibition, Build Sri Lanka, is an annual event organized by CCI, usually held in May, with the objective of providing a platform to stakeholders of the construction industry to display their products, services, new technologies, and capabilities to potential customers and the general public, and also to network with overseas companies. A MOU has been entered with a US-based exhibition management company to organize an international pavilion with minimum 80 stalls at Build SL Expo for the next 5 years. With this Build SL Expo will become the largest and most important construction sector exhibition in the country. Sustainable Energy and Lighting Solutions Expo, which is the second annual exhibition organized by CCI, is scheduled to be held in November 2019, with the support of the Ministry of Power and Renewable Energy and the Sri Lanka Sustainable Energy Authority. In addition, many seminars are organized regularly to enhance the knowledge on pertinent topics which are informative and timely. Some of these seminars are attended by over 300 participants. Construction Review Bulletin, published on the last Thursday of every month with the daily newspaper, has become very popular by now, with an estimated readership of nearly 500,000. It serves as a platform for information and discussions on topics relevant to the field. The Construction Industry and Trade Business Directory, the only such directory specific to the construction sector, is available as a service from the Chamber, is a trusted source of information to many. The Chamber has been entrusted by the government to coordinate the recruitment of foreign construction labor to companies who are unable to find the required skills locally to execute projects undertaken by them. Thus, the Chamber of Construction Industry, Sri Lanka, plays a vital role in supporting the construction industry and renders much needed services to its members, the community, and the nation as a whole.
The Construction Review Bulletin, published by the Chamber of Construction Industry of Sri Lanka, which is the only regular bulletin in our country on the construction sector, is now a very much sought after and popular publication, especially amongst the construction industry fraternity. Known as the Voice of Construction, this bulletin today has become a great source of strength to the construction industry, giving multiple benefits to its readers. This bulletin is always geared to update you with the latest developments in the industry and the opportunities available. We are committed to be your voice in resolving industry-related issues and to mediate on your behalf with government and relevant institutions whenever the need arises. Construction Review Bulletin is a monthly publication released on the last Thursday of every month and distributed free island-wide with a daily newspaper. The monthly circulation is around 83,000 copies with a readership of around 350,000 people. Every month, 3,000 copies of the magazine are circulated by post amongst the members of CCI and leading professionals, architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, registered contractors and property developers. In addition, this bulletin is uploaded onto our website on the same day with all the advertisements, and bulletins issued during the last 24 months can be accessed through our website www.ccisrilanka.org.
Construction bulletin is now well read by 80 to 90% of the people who are involved in the construction industry. And through that, you publish a lot of items, and the people who are reading also get a lot of data in the construction industry. So it's becoming every day very much popular, and we have to increase numbers every month because of the popular demand.
As a result of this efficient and extensive distribution, it has become inevitable that a most current copy of the magazine is visible at almost every office of an engineer or architect and even site offices. The ever-increasing popularity of this bulletin has become a very effective platform for many advertisers who have made use of this opportunity to showcase their products and services in the construction industry. The testimonials of a few of the very many satisfied advertisers provide ample proof of the trust and confidence they have placed on Construction Review.
Anchored to a heritage of trust and a pioneering spirit, Bronze is one of the largest diversified conglomerates in Sri Lanka, backed by the LOIC Group. Over a period of 1.5 centuries, Bronze has energized many vital sectors of the Sri Lankan economy, especially engineering and construction sector. If you wish to get great exposure for your product and services, make sure to advertise in the CCI Bulletin, as it is the right platform for anyone in the construction industry.
The Sunken Group is one of the biggest construction companies in Sri Lanka. The group has over 25 subsidiaries specializing in different aspects of the construction sector and the real estate sector. The Sunken Group has been advertising in the Construction Review Bulletin in the past few years, and we find it as a very effective medium to reach the construction industry professionals.
St. Anthony's Hardware Private Limited, one of the old company in Sri Lanka related to the hardware industry, with over 75 years of consumer trust and excellence. So why we advertise with CCI Construction Review Bulletin? CCI Construction Review Bulletin circulated among over 3,000 industry related professionals and over 100,000 circulation. So that will be a good opportunity for a company like St. Anthony's to communicate the message to our end consumers, and of course they are the key decision makers.
With the ever increasing popularity and acceptance of Construction Review, we are committed to serve you bigger and better in the future and to further consolidate our position as the true voice of construction.
Engineering Private Limited. All your construction and engineering needs under one roof. As we are the main sponsors of Build Sri Lanka 2024, we would like to express our sincere gratitude for people visiting our store. Your presence has made this exhibition a great success. We are very grateful for your presence and hope you to see you very soon. I take this opportunity to thank CCI for giving this wonderful opportunity to be the main sponsor of Build Sri Lanka and also bringing all the stakeholders of construction industry together in one place. Thank you very much. Wishing everyone a great success. Thank you.
Power Check Cement, that's our brand and that's our product. And we are a relatively new company in the industry, and we took part in this housing and construction event to make the public aware of our brand and the product that we have. And taking part in events such as this is immensely helpful for us to put our name out there for the people to get to know about it. And we have been getting some very highly positive feedback from people. A lot of curious visitors come to talk to us and to find out about our product, and they're satisfied with what they're seeing and what they hear. And I think it's very promising, and people have promised to look into purchasing our product.
Build Sri Lanka වෙළඳ ප්‍රදර්ශනයත් එක්ක දවස් 3ක් තිස්සේ අපි එකතු වෙලා හිටිය රයිනෝ රූෆින් ආයතන සමූහයේ අපි ඉතාමත් සතුටෙන් සහ ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක විදියට අපි ආයතනයක් විදියට අපි එකතු වෙලා හිටිය කියලා ඉතාමත් සතුටෙන් ප්‍රකාශ කරන්න කැමතියි. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම තමයි Build Sri Lanka වෙළඳ ප්‍රදර්ශනය තුළ සුවිශේෂී අංග රාශියක් අපි දකින්නට ලැබුණා. ඉතින් වෙළඳ ආයතනයක් විදියට අපිට ලබා දුන්න සහයෝගය ඒ සියලුම දෙයක් ගැන අපි හදවතින්ම Build Sri Lanka මේ වෙළඳ ප්‍රදර්ශනය සංවිධානය කරන ඒ සංවිධායක මණ්ඩලයට අපි හදවතින්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
අපෙල්මෙක් ආයතනයෙන් අපි මේ ගමන සහභාගී වෙන්නේ ප්ලැටිනම් ස්පොන්සර් වශයෙන්. ඒ අවුරුදු 18ටම අපි ස්පොන්සර්ෂිප් එක සමාපි මේ Build Sri Lanka සමග එක්ව වුණේ. ඉතින් අපිට කියන්න කැමතියි අපිට සෑහෙන පොසිටිව් ඉන්ක්වයරිස් ලැබිලා තියෙනවා. අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දෙත් Build Sri Lanka සමග එකතු වෙලා අපේ කස්ටමර්ස්ලට ඇලුමිනියම් දොර ජනෙල් සියලුම දේවල් සොලියුෂන්ස් ලබා දෙන්න.
Concept Steel is the leading manufacturer and supplier of reinforcement bars in Sri Lanka. Our CN bars comply with BS 449 and SLS 375 standards. Our bars are made from imported billets using state-of-the-art German Thermex technology. We always believe in learning and development, and we thank CCI for organizing this exhibition, as this will not only educate our sector about high quality and cost-effective construction material, but will also give the necessary boost to the construction industry.
Build Excel ප්‍රදර්ශනය ගැන කිව්වොත් මේකට ගොඩක් ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි වල ඇවිල්ලා අපිට ගොඩක් කතා කරලා ගියා. ඒ වගේම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් හෝම් යූසර්ස්ලා ගෙවල් වල පාවිච්චි කරන ගොඩක් අයගේ ඉන්ක්වයරිස් ආවා. මේකට ගොඩක් ජනගහනයක් ඇවිල්ලා අපේ පේන් ගැන විස්තර අහලා කතා කරලා ඒගොල්ලෝ අපි මේ පිළිබඳ දැනුවත් වෙලා යනවා. ඒ ඇත්තටම මේ ප්‍රදර්ශනය ගැන අපිට සතුටුයි. මේකට සහභාගී වෙන්න ලැබීම ගැන සතුටුයි නිපොන් පේන් ලංකා ආයතනයේ විදියට.
අපි ෆීනික්ස් ආයතන වශයෙන් අපි සුපර් PVC by Phoenix කියලා මෙවරත් Build SL ප්‍රදර්ශනයට සහභාගී වුණා. අපිට ඇත්තටම මේ එක්සිබිෂන් එකේ හොඳ ඉන්ක්වයරිස් ටිකක් ලැබුණා. අපි මෙවර ගෝල්ඩ් ස්පොන්සර් වශයෙන් තමයි සහභාගී වෙන්නේ. අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා ලබන වසරෙත් ස්පොන්සර්ෂිප් එකක් සමග මේ ප්‍රදර්ශනයට සහභාගී වෙලා අපිට තියෙන අවස්ථාව උදා කරගන්න.
We Hiru Marble and Granite, being the third day of the exhibition, actually we are very happy because there was a very big crowd and a lot of response. As the third day of the exhibition of Build Sri Lanka, we have received a lot of orders for granite and marble. I think all the stall holders who are here very happy about this exhibition.
As a Birth Lanka sales employee, we are happy to announce you that we got so many leads in this stall, Build SL 2024. We got so many prospect customers and we got interacted with so many customers, talk out their problems and giving them solutions. At the end of the day, we are so happy because we got so many business leads. So thanks to Build SL 2024.
අපි මේ හෙලිස් ෆෙන්ටන්ස් ආයතනයේ විසින් MEP solution ඒ වගේම solar අපි විතර ඉදිරිපත් කළ දෙන MEP solution විදියට plumbing, fire detection, fire protection, එතකොට electrical ඒ වගේම AC යන division වලින් අපි මෙතන ඉදිරිපත් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම අප ආයතනයට ආවොත් ඕගොල්ලන්ට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේවල් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන්.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Shiranta Ferreira from National Hospital Colombo. I'm residing at Maharagama. My primary intention was looking for a solar project since the electricity bill is also high And but at the same time, after coming here, I understood that not only solar but also other varieties also there. That's I think it's very useful for the customers to have such a variety of stalls of exhibition.
I'm Naska Nazar. I'm an interior designer by profession. I'm the founder of Nook Studio, which is an interior design company based in Colombo. I'm here at Build Sri Lanka 2024. As an interior designer, I find this extremely beneficial to an extent because it allows us to see multiple suppliers, multiple materials in one place, which would technically take us multiple years to get exposed to or know the existing brands in Sri Lanka.
ඔයාලා ඇත්තටම මේ එක්සිබිෂන් එක සම්බන්ධව හොඳ මාධ්‍ය ප්‍රචාරයක් දීලා තිබා. ඒකෙන් තමයි මම දැනුවත් වුනේ. මම ඇත්තටම ගෙවල් හදලා ඉවරයි. ගෙයක් හැදුවට පස්සෙත් අපිට යම් ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා විසඳ ගන්න. එහෙම ප්‍රශ්නයක්කින්ද තමයි මං ආවේ මේ එක්සිබිෂන් එකට. මට ඕන වෙලා තියෙනවා සෝලර් සිස්ටම් එකක් ගෙදරට හයි කරගන්න. මම ඇත්තටම දැන් අද සන්තෝෂෙන් යන්නේ. මොකද මම සෝලර් සිස්ටම් එකක් කාගෙන්ද ගන්න කියලා මම අද තීරණය කරලා ඉවරයි මෙතන.
මගේ නම ඉෆ්තිකා සාදේක්. මම කන්සල්ටන්ට් කෙනෙක් වශයෙන් වැඩ කරන MIS Holding කියලා කම්පැනි එකේ. අතර මේක ගොඩක් සතුටුයි මේ වගේ එක්සිබිෂන් එකක් කාලයකට පස්සේ දකින්න ලැබීම ගැන. මොකද ලංකාවේ කන්ස්ට්‍රක්ෂන් ෆීල්ඩ් එක ගොඩක් නරක අතර තිබිලා දැන් ගොඩක් හොඳ තත්ත්වයට එමින් පවතිනවා. මේක ගොඩක් සන්තෝෂයෙන් අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන්.
Hi, I'm a banker. I came with my family to this exhibition because we are actually trying to construct a new house. So I wanted to show my family and my son and daughter that how important it is to find right products and the people who are supplying this, and we have a lot of new technology available. So without going with the traditional way, we need to construct a house in a new way. So I brought my family with me to show them the new products and services available in the market.
ඇත්තටම අපි පුහුණු කරනු ලබන්නේ මනු විද්‍යා උපාධිධාරීන් ඍජුවම ඒගොල්ලොන් ඉදිකිරීම් ක්ෂේත්‍රයට සම්බන්ධ පාඨමාලා තමයි මගේ පීඨය තුළ තිබෙන්නේ. ඒ නිසා අපිට අද හැකියාව ලැබුණා මේ ප්‍රදර්ශනය සඳහා යොමු කරවන්න. විශේෂයෙන් මේ ප්‍රධාන සහභාගී වෙලා තියෙන නොයෙකුත් ආයතන, ඒ වගේම නූතන තාක්ෂණය, ඒ වගේම ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ නිෂ්පාදන කියන මේ සෑම දෙයක්ම කොයි ආකාරයෙන් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඉදිකිරීම් ක්ෂේත්‍රය සඳහා යොදා ගන්න පුළුවන්ද? ඒ වගේම මේ සහභාගී වෙලා තියෙන මේ නොයෙකුත් ආයතන සමග කොයි ආකාරයෙන්ද අපි සම්බන්ධතා ගොඩනගාගත යුත්තේ කියන මේ කාරණා සියලුම දේවල් පෙරදැඩි කරගෙන තමයි අපි අද දරුවන්ව කොතලාවල ආරක්ෂක විශ්වවිද්‍යාලීය දරුවන්ව අපි මේ ප්‍රදර්ශන සඳහා යොමු කරේ.
අපි කොතලාවල ආරක්ෂක විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ ශිෂ්‍යයෝ අපි QS සර්විය සයන්සස් ඒ වගේම අපි විවිධ ක්ෂේත්‍රවල ශිෂ්‍යයෝ මෙතන ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම අපි මෙතනට ආවේ කන්ස්ට්‍රක්ෂන්ස් ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි එක ගැන දැනගන්න. ඉතින් මේකෙන් ලොකු ප්‍රයෝජනවත් දේවල් ටිකක් අපිට ජීවිතේට එකතු කරගන්න පුළුවන් වුණා.
We have come to the successful completion of the Build Sri Lanka Housing and Construction International Exhibition 2024. This was held for the 19th year by the Chamber of Construction Industry. We had a very good response from the sponsors and the stall holders. This time we had unprecedented number of sponsors, as well as we had a very large number of companies exhibiting their products and services. Next year we hope to have the Build Sri Lanka Housing and Construction International Exhibition 2025 in a much grand scale, attracting more foreign companies because already some embassies have pledged that they will entice their companies to come in large numbers. We hope to have a very big exhibition in 2025.
Within the scope of dual vocational training in the trade, all companies and schools are working closely together to coordinate the contents of training courses. Chambers of Skilled Crafts play a special role because they are responsible for the coordination of approximately 130 professions in the sector of skilled crafts and trade. They are the superior unit and the contact in all educational issues, both for the companies and instructors, schools and teachers, and of course the trainees. The Chambers of Skilled Crafts are the pivot on which everything turns. They advise the young trainees before and during their apprenticeship. They assist in developing the contents of courses and school curriculums. They are the contact for vocational schools and schools of general education regarding the career potentials. They support companies in all educational issues. They train skilled workers to become qualified instructors. They establish training centers to teach special methods, techniques and technologies. And they are in charge of the intermediate examinations, apprenticeship tests and final examinations to certify qualifications. Thus, the Chambers of Skilled Crafts are the bracket of dual vocational training. They are advisor, helper, go-between, organizer and a professional and independent partner of all parties involved.
Aibon, Vanakkam, greetings. None too soon, right? None too soon. This topic has come up. And notice the word possible. Not impossible, but possible. So we have seen also in the previous presentation that we saw a minute ago, the Chamber of Construction Industry has had a fairly long history, and the built environment is obviously one area of concern, but also we heard words such as sustainability. So it is within that frame of sustainability that this particular event has been organized. And the idea, as I said, none too soon, because there is concern, the requirement, the demand, the urgency with regard to Balashakti or energy is only on the way up. It is not likely to subside anytime now, unless we go back to the Polonnaruwa period or something like that, but that's unlikely. So we are moving on ahead. Technology demands electricity, and it has to be sustainable. So we would like very much at this juncture to have you pay attention to Engineer Colonel Nisanka Neumal Wijeratne, and he is serving currently as the Secretary General and CEO of the CCI here in Sri Lanka. And he's a highly accomplished civil engineer and construction industry expert and leader. And of course, he's been vitally involved over a period of time. He's a chartered engineer and a member of the Institution of Civil Engineers, UK, and has played a pivotal role in the development of the industry, the construction industry in this country. So let's invite Nisanka Wijeratne to the lectern.
President of the Chamber of Construction Industry, Board of Management, Council, and members of the construction industry of Sri Lanka, all the resource persons, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Sri Lanka suffered an island-wide power outage on 10th February this year. This was reported in The Hindu, a national paper in India, that it is a monkey business. And there are power cuts imposed in Sri Lanka. The above outage, nationwide outage, was not the first time that happened in Sri Lanka. The above incidents indicate a major shortcoming in our electricity grid and the control mechanisms. Already in some areas, due to various problems faced by the power the CEB, who has the main authority for the generation, rooftop solar is not accepted to be connected into the grid. The often cited reason is that there are grid balancing issues. The government's declared policy on energy is to achieve 70% of total electricity generation from renewable energy sources by 2030. At present, I think we have about 60% generation when the weather is good from renewable energy sources. The question is, how do we increase the solar and wind power generation, still maintaining the grid stability? Being a tropical country, we have a large potential for wind and solar energy. As per a report published by US National Renewable Energy Laboratory in 2003, we have a total potential of 20,735 megawatts of land-based wind power. And according to a study by the World Bank Group, the offshore wind power potential is estimated at 56,000 megawatts. I think out of this, about 25,000 is land-based. On the other hand, the estimated solar energy potential is about 16,000 megawatts. If we can utilize even 50% of this solar and wind energy, I think our total electricity demand for your next generation can be met from these renewable sources without depending on imported coal and petroleum, I mean crude oil and diesel oil. So our basic problem is, how do we find the funds to achieve this target of generating electricity from renewable sources, and also how do we enable the grid to accept this, because definitely solar and wind is not stable power, it can be intermittent, but then today I think technology has developed to overcome those intermittencies. So that's why we have to tackle this exhibition. Is all about how to identify the problems in generation of solar and wind energy, and also how do we overcome the connectivity problems, and also how do we overcome any legal or institutional problems in encouraging wind and solar energy. I know there have been instances where very good investors could not succeed in supplying or initiating solar, LNG and LNP projects, solar, wind and LNG projects, due to various institutional problems. I think there was a provision in the Electricity Act also which hindered private investment. I think that is being sorted out with some amendment, which even this chamber was able to promote through the Presidential Commission for Simplification of Laws and Regulations in 2019. So we have lined up very good resource persons to speak at this seminar. I think the participants who are physically here and also who are joining on Zoom can have a good seminar on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, Mr. Vijayaratna. So yes, we've understood the rationale, the reason for this event and its timeliness, even urgency. As was mentioned, we have an audience who is unseen here, but linked via Zoom. So we are hopefully, or rather you are hopefully able to hear everything that's going on here. Fine. So the next of our speakers has served in various capacities. He's been a past president of the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects and held the position of chairman, Architects Registration Board, and he was the chairman of the Committee on Architectural Education as well, served the needs of academia here in this country. And then too, he's been with the construction industry and the CIDA, that's the Construction Industry Development Authority. He's a registered adjudicator serving therein. I'm referring, of course, to architect Jayantha Pereira, who is a founder director of the Green Building Council of Sri Lanka, which, of course, for today's seminar has even greater relevance and rationale, and serves as the chairman thereof. And he is the president, the Chamber of Construction Industry, Sri Lanka. So let's invite Jayantha to the lectern.
Good evening, everybody. The council and the members of the Board of Management of the CCI and all the participants here. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this critical seminar titled Possible Green Energy Solutions to Lower Electricity Costs. As we navigate an era where our national grid confronts mounting challenges, the urgency to explore sustainable and cost-effective energy solutions has never been more pronounced. So as Engineer Nisanka gave some data, current data, I think it's a critical topic that we are in. It's no secret that electricity costs are rising, putting pressure on households, businesses, and communities alike. But what if the solution of lowering this cost lies not just how we consume energy, but how we produce it? Today, we are excited to discuss possible green energy solutions to lower electricity costs, an approach that not only saves money, but also benefits to our planet. From the power of the sun and the strength of the wind, to innovate solutions like geothermal and biomass energy, green energy offers us a path towards affordable, sustainable power. These solutions are becoming more efficient, more accessible, and most importantly, most cost-effective. By embracing them, we can reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, stabilize energy prices, and create a cleaner environment for our future generations. Today, we are honored to host a distinguished panel of experts, each bringing a wealth of knowledge and diverse perspectives on green energy adoption. They will share invaluable insights that illuminate the vast opportunities and inherent challenges we face in transitioning to renewable energy. Our discussions will delve into critical topics, including harnessing our country's renewable resources, enhancing grid connectivity, and addressing vulnerability posed by climate change. The dialogue is designed to empower us as we strive to build a more resilient, sustainable, and affordable energy future for all. I strongly encourage each of you to immerse yourself in this session, ask questions, share your thoughts, and collaboratively explore innovative solutions. Together, we can contribute significantly to creating a greener and more sustainable Sri Lanka. Thank you for being here, and let us embark on what promises to be a productive and inspiring discussion. Thank you.
Thank you too, Mr. President. And now there is an organization, HWK Vocational Training Improvement Project. And that institution or organization is vitally involved with this event here as sponsors. I'd like to invite Captain Lal Tennakoon to the lectern now to help us appreciate some details pertinent to that project.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you for your presence here. You know that the CCI holds regular seminars, but there is a difference this time in that the HWK CCI project is actually totally underwriting this project. And you might ask, who is this HWK CCI project? Right. The HWK are actually a chamber whom the CCI has collaborated with for the last 3 years from April 2023 to their main objective is to train the trainers. And we have made a collaboration with them for training in its very broadest sense. They have 3 objectives or 3 or 4 broad objectives. One is to upskill the training capabilities of trainers, both public sector and at our request, the private sector as well. Then apart from that, there is what they have identified or we have identified and given them on sustainable development, curricular development of areas that can be incorporated into our NVQ certification module. So we have just the other day, we finished or not finished, we are in the process of developing drywall construction instead of the traditional wet wall methods and such. Another objective of theirs is on sustainable development for and in the construction industry to take those forward. And this seminar, which they sponsor, is one such initiative. Apart from that, there will be regular webinars on sustainable construction throughout this year. Those are available in your docket, and we invite you all for those webinars. A third objective of the HWK CCI project is to make awareness of to get young people into the construction industry for employment and also in new methodologies of construction. So those are broadly the objectives of this HWK CCI project. And if I may repeat, this seminar is one such initiative. And I would like to call Ms. Pumi Sirigampala, my counterpart in this project. She represents the German HWK Chamber of Frankfurt, Main and Rhine. She would give an introduction and about what the HWK is doing at the moment, what it has done in the past, recent past from 2023, and what we hope to do in the future, in this coming year. Could Ms. Pumi Sirigampala come on stage, please? Thank you.
Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining today's session. The presentation I'm going to present is going to share information about our vocational training initiatives, CCIHWK project. We will explore the key indicators, project results, ongoing training programs, and future plans for the sustainable development in the construction sector. So sorry about that. I'll just continue my speech rather than trying to share this because we are a bit tight on the time and for the panel to discussion as well. So as Lal mentioned, the overall objective is our initiative is to improve skilled labor in construction sector, contributing to a green economy while strengthening the Sri Lanka's economic landscape. By upskilling workers, we ensure that they are equipped to handle modern and sustainable construction practices. As the key indicators, we have 2 points that we are mainly focusing. One of them is by 2025, 80% of CCI members will rate the vocational and in-company trainings is improved or not. That's one of our key indicators. The second part is we aim to increase apprentice numbers like the vocational training schools, VTA, NITA, DTET, for the construction sector increase by at least 10%. So these indicators help us measure the impact of our efforts in strengthening vocational training. The project results, we actually thinking about 3 varieties. Like first result is improved capacities for the training of trainers. We are planning, the initial plan was to train 50 vocational school teachers and 50 in-company trainers, which I'm happy to announce that we have already completed. We have completed 53 of the vocational training schools and 116 in-company trainers. So our project is ending this December 31st. That's our first pilot phase. So we are trying as a second objective is to enhance training in green constructions. Now, this is the part we are focusing this year, 2025. For this, new training courses will be piloted. As Lal mentioned, we have started the drywall construction. Next one will be the waterproofing technologies. Third part, as it is necessary, enhance social and cultural image of vocational training. As soon as we all know, the Sri Lankan construction sector need to have a improve of cultural image. So for this, we are planning a promotion of construction trades and especially among the women. And the CCI will be playing a crucial role in public discussions about vocational training, which we start from today onwards. For the training summary, which we have done so far, we have done 2 technical welding technologies trainings, 2 leadership skills, plant engineering, heating and cooling systems, lightweight partitioning, roofing and waterproofing, electrical systems, renewable energies in connection with heat generators. We have completed more than 10 trainings in these fields. And for here, what we are mainly focusing for this right now is to announce that we will be doing 3 trainings in the solar programs, training of trainers. In March 24th, we will be doing a training of trainers in the SLGTI Kilnochi. March 12th, we have planned a commercial and industrial solar systems training and another one in August. As well as training of trainers is 3 trainings, but for the webinars, we have planned 5 webinars going forward. As it is mentioned in your dockets, we have given you the dates and the times and the speakers which you have completed for now. Do you want to go to? Yeah. Okay, so I'm not sure that that's okay. So this is the overall objective which I have described right now. And the project indicators. I'll just go through since I have already done the speech. These are the trainer programs which we have planned for this year, 2025. And the webinar announcement. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lal, and thank you, Pumi, for helping us to appreciate the involvement and the contribution, actually, the active commitment, shall we say, to this particular area through their sponsorship. Thank you. Now, we move to what we might refer to as the nitty-gritty. We are getting to the topic and the actual subject now. And we have with us Mr. Damita Kumarasinghe, who is an alumnus of the University of Moratuwa and the University of Colombo, and read for his Masters in Engineering at the New South Wales, University of New South Wales in Australia. And his extensive international exposure has been in the area of infrastructure regulation. And so he has been serving as the director in the board of the Sri Lanka Sustainable Energy Authority for quite a while now. And he also a steering committee member of the India-Sri Lanka Electricity Grid Interconnection Project, of which you may have heard some things already that have been bandied about in the media. But his particular role here and his relevance is as the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Public Utilities Commission of Sri Lanka, which he has served since 2010. So let's invite your attention. The topic: our potential for electricity generation from green energy sources and our future energy security. Quite an interesting range. Damita, we'll invite you to the lectern.
Good afternoon, members of Chamber of Construction Industries of Sri Lanka, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Chamber of Construction Industries of Sri Lanka for inviting me to this very interesting seminar on possible green energy solutions to lower the electricity cost. So I was initially given the topic of talking about the potential of renewable energy in Sri Lanka, but I changed my topic in the midway more towards the energy security aspect of renewable energy and other sources, because I think the potential of Sri Lanka for renewable energy is well known, and I don't need to explain much on that to people in Sri Lanka, of course. If you look at the potential, now I would like to state that we have 6.5 million or 7 million roofs right now, and only 100,000, less than 100,000 roofs have been installed with solar. So I'm not saying solar is the only resources, but I am trying to show you the potential in a way everybody can understand. And then we have the wind potential offshore and onshore, and we have harnessed very little in the potential we have for wind resources because we have very limited number of wind power plants to date. So if you look at the potential in Sri Lanka for renewable energy, it's enormous. It's much more than what we need. But there are challenges, everybody knows. There have been a lot of discussions about it in media and various other forums, that there are issues and there are solutions as well. I think in this seminar, Professor Ekanaki is supposed to speak about the solutions. So we can listen to the solutions from him. So if I will give you a brief introduction of, sorry about that. If you look at the present and future of electricity demand, currently in 2024, our total requirement for electricity energy is 16,500 gigawatt hours, out of which we had about 5,400 gigawatt hours from hydro, And from the thermal oil, CB owned thermal oil, we had 1,572, let's say 1,500, and coal again 5,400, thermal IPP 768, and other renewables 3,248. So if you look at this 16,500 requirement, the renewable has supplied more than half of that in 2024. So we are a renewable rich country in that sense. So in 2024 also, our requirement, more than half of our requirement has been supplied through renewable energy. And the balance 5,400 megawatts supplied through coal power, and the balance through liquid fuel. So if you look at the installed capacity, we have hydros about 1,500 megawatts. The total installed capacity about 5,600, 5,700 megawatts right now, of which CB hydro is about 1,500. CB thermal oil is 771, coal is 810, thermal IPPs are 482, and the renewables are again 2,558. So in the installed capacity, also more than 50%, nearly 60% is from renewable energy right now. If you look at the load curve of Sri Lanka, this is September 26th, 2024. If you look at the load curve, you can see that in that particular day, the day peak and the night peak are very similar. But actually in most days, the day peak is higher. But you don't see the peak in the daytime because there are a lot of solar power plants supplying the day peak demand. And in future, we see the trend tendency that day peak is growing faster than the night peak. So our main issue is during the daytime. If you look at the daytime, the time duration is longer. It's from, let's say, about 8 a.m. to about 4 p.m. You have a constant load of more than 2,500 megawatts. But in the night, that 2,500, 2,600 is for a very small time frame. So daytime gives us a more difficult task to supply energy. So one thing, the peak is there. Number two, energy is there. So we have to supply 2,500, 2,600 megawatt flat for about 7-8 hours. So, and again, with that, you can see the system load is depicted as lower in the during the daytime. And that was the issue we have been discussing, I think, in various forums on the blackouts and so on and so forth, how this has created some kind of issues for the network. So, renewable energy sources supplying more than 50% of the energy in Sri Lanka has drawn down the prices. That's very clear. It has drawn down the prices. But in the meantime, this intermittent resources has caused some kind of instability in the network, which I hope the CB will find some solutions in future to mitigate those risks. So if you look at the demand, the current demand is about 16,000, as I said, in gigawatt hours, and we expect it to be tripled by 2050. In next 25 years, we expect it to be tripled. So we have a huge task over the next 25 years to get more and more power plants, more and more energy sources into the system to cater the requirements of this country. And if you look at the rate of increase of demand, the projection, it's growing faster than we expected, we used to have it. And if you look at the peak demand, mostly during the daytime, that also we expect the 2,500 goes to about 8,500, 9,000 megawatts. So that is also expected to be tripled or little above 3 times. So given the demand scenarios, so we expect our peak demand as well as the energy demand to grow more than 3 times within the next 25 years. So that's quite a considerable growth that we are expecting. So I will come to this energy security issue because we hardly discuss this energy security issue in forums or in private discussions as well in this sector. And this is a widely misunderstood topic. And also there are various definitions given to energy security. So I will talk about energy security in relation to Sri Lanka, the Sri Lanka energy policy, the pricing mechanisms, how they are linked to this energy security issue, and how we should address this energy security issue in future. So all what we are talking about, renewable energy and other energy resources, all boils down ultimately to the energy security issue. So we can't talk on renewable energy sources or any other source outside energy security. So we have to always keep in mind when we talk about energy, we are talking about energy security. Without energy security, there's no point in talking about any of these things. So energy security, basically the IEA definition is uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price. Very important, affordable price. I think in this seminar is also about lowering the cost through renewable energy. So we are hitting exactly the energy security topic. Even if consciously or unconsciously, we are talking about energy security. When we are talking about affordability, when we are talking about uninterrupted power supply. And there are 4 parts to this energy security. First one is the availability. Whether these resources are available, whether they are available to us in Sri Lanka. This is a key issue that we need to address. If you look at the available resources, the renewable energy is available in Sri Lanka. It's an indigenous resource which is available in plenty, as I said earlier. So renewable energy provides us a good energy security considering the availability of the resource. Yes, coal is available, other liquid fuels are available, they are also available. But we have to import them. Then the important thing is the availability. I will go to the policy to show you how this policy takes this availability into account. Now, if you look at the general policy guidelines of 2021, number 9, section 9, the government of Sri Lanka has set the target of achieving 70% electricity generation in the country using renewable energy sources by 2030. Now we are at the level of 50%. The government's target is to improve it to 70% by 2020. That's within next 5 years. And the carbon neutrality in the power sector by 2050, and has decided to cease building new coal power plants. The cabinet ministers has approved these 2 policy elements that shall form the basis of Sri Lanka's electricity capacity expansion. So what does this government policy means. So government policy is basically talking about the energy security of this country. So that's why the Cabinet of Ministers has approved these two policy elements. I read again, that shall form the basis of Sri Lanka's future electricity capacity expansion planning. That is 70% renewable energy, carbon neutrality by 2050. This is the basis of basis that we should take up in planning energy expansion. So basically, this policy addressed the availability issue that is needed to be addressed clearly in order to achieve energy security. So this policy is basically on the energy security of Sri Lanka. Then the next one is the affordability. Affordability is a key issue in energy security. You can have 24/7 supply in the network, but if people cannot buy electricity in the quantities they require to carry out their day-to-day activities, then there is an energy security issue. Energy, if you make people energy poor, that's an energy security issue. It doesn't mean any sense of having power in the lines, but people cannot purchase it and use it for their day-to-day life. So affordability is a key concern in this whole energy security issue. People might think when electricity is available, when we switch on the lights, that's energy security, but that's not. It's far beyond that. People should be able to afford electricity to cater their basic needs. Otherwise, there's no point in having electricity. So we have to be very clear on this affordability issue. So in the government policy also, this affordability issue is also addressed. If you look at electricity tariffs through which the electricity is made affordable, Section 10, the tariff chargeable by licensees, namely transmission licensee in the case of transmission and bulk sale tariffs, and distribution licensee in the case of distribution and supply tariff, should reflect the cost reasonably associated with the delivering of services. So we are talking about reasonable costing. Reasonability has many meanings. Whatever the meaning it carries, it should be reasonable for people to have. If people cannot afford it, then it is not reasonable. So planning stage is very, very important in determining the affordability. So planning criteria is very clearly given in the government policy, and the pricing criteria is also very clearly given in the government policy. So government policy is basically on the energy security, supplying energy to the people at an affordable price. This is the key. Then I will come to the next part of energy. When we go to talk about affordability, which is also in the Sri Lanka Electricity Act, Section 30 of the Sri Lanka Electricity Act, and the tariff methodology coming out of the Act, where cost reflective tariff, where reasonable cost has been discussed through in the Act. So Section 32 of the Sri Lanka Electricity Act, it says, permit the licensees to recover reasonable costs. Everywhere in that also, apart from the policy, when we come to the Act, it also talk about the reasonability of cost. And also, the tariff methodology provides cost recovery for the utilities also, because utilities should also be able to recover reasonable cost. Otherwise, they will not be able to supply electricity 24/7. So in the planning stage and in the operation stage, utilities also should be very careful in determining the energy sources, development of the networks in order to supply energy at a reasonable cost. And also in the methodology, there are clawback clauses where extraordinary profits or unexpected losses due to various assumptions in forecasting can be recovered or passed back to the consumers. So we are still at the affordability issue. Now I will just give you an idea about the tariffs 2023-2024 for your understanding, because there are various figures and various comments are going on in various forums and in media. From January to June 2023, the sector has about 14 billion loss. From July to December 2023, nearly 75 billion additional income from the tariff. From 2024, January to June, again about 120 billion additional income. And 2024, July to December, about 25 billion income. So these are from the financial accounts of CEB. And if you look at the tariff mechanism, you have to make it cost recovery over a period of time. It's not cost recovery every month or every day or every other week. So if the industry receives extraordinary income because of high rainfall, because of some forecasting changes, then that additional income has to be passed through to the consumers. In the same way, there can be losses incurred due to forecasting errors. There can be losses incurred due to prices of fuel. There can be losses incurred due to exchange rate variations, profits or losses. Either way, either it has to be passed through to the consumers or recovered from the consumers in a subsequent tariff revision. So if you are to understand how we are going to make this affordable, the last tariff revision that is effective from January 17 this year, actually there is a clawback of about 51 billion rupees from the over recovery of costs that is associated with January to June 2024. The submission was 41 billion. When we corrected it to the real figures, it is 51 billion. So it is not that full profits are passed through. If you look at January, June, it is 119, but according to the methodology on the pass-through, the clawback is only about 51 billion. So that's how this tariff mechanism works in order to cater the requirements of the utilities and the consumers. So why I spoke about this costing is basically to address the affordability issue of the energy security. So tariff mechanism is a mechanism through which we are trying to address this affordability issue. So we have to be very clear about how this tariff mechanism works, how the data are taken, and also there are a lot of assumptions in tariff determination. Because of these assumptions, the utilities might make higher profits, or even make losses. So there is a corrective mechanism in subsequent tariff revisions. That is what is happening right now in this country, because for a prolonged period of time, there were no tariff revisions. And now the tariff mechanism has kicked in from somewhere mid-2022. And I think every quarter we are doing a tariff revision. And that is done in this way. Then the third one, I am emphasizing the acceptability issue. The acceptability issue is a very key issue in energy security that we have to very clearly understand. Now, if we plan for resources which are not acceptable to the people, can be cheap, can be good, but if it is not acceptable to the people, then it will end up ultimately with the energy security crisis. Now, for example, if you look at coal, why coal was not being implemented in this country? We have been talking about it since 1980s or even in 70s, but we have only one coal plant. And now the government has stopped building coal plants further. And because of that, now we were talking about coal, and coal was not acceptable. That we have to understand. Not acceptable to people of this country. Because of that, there were so many delays in putting up coal power plants. Because of that delay, an energy security risk has been created. The same way, any other resource which is not acceptable to the people of this country, it can be acceptable to the people in some other country. But if it is not acceptable to the people in this country, how much good it is, how much cheap it is, it will ultimately create an energy security issue. Take my word, it will happen. So planning, we have to consider this acceptability issue. I have not seen this issue has been taken very seriously at planning stages in this country and in some other countries as well. So we have to look at this acceptability issue as a key issue in planning. So we should understand what people want, what people do not want, and then plan it accordingly. Otherwise, how much we try to push it to the people, it will end up in an energy security issue. We have experiences. This country has experienced it, and I don't think we need to experience it again. So the final part of acceptability is the accessibility. Whether these are accessible to us. There can be geopolitical accessibility. The resource is available. It can be affordable. Whether we can access it, that's an issue. It may not be accessible geographically. It may not be accessible geopolitically, then technologically, or economical or financially, or even we may not have in the human resource capacity to access it. So in those cases, there will be energy security issues in the accessibility. So we have to consider all these things at the planning stages and at the policy stage in order to make sure we have a energy secure Sri Lanka. That's why I said this energy security issue is taken very lightly in this country, but I have seen other countries taking it very seriously because it's part of our life. Energy is part of our life. Without energy, we cannot live. Now, I was talking about energy security, but there is another aspect, that is the security of energy. That is, security of energy supply is the resilience of the energy system to unique and unforeseeable events that threaten the physical integrity of energy flow or that lead to discontinuous energy price rises. We experienced this in 2022. These are not new to us and independent of economic fundamentals. So we experienced this many times. So, but we tend to ignore this. Now, if you look at the fossil fuel routes in the world. So every fossil fuel that we acquire, that we import to Sri Lanka, either travel to Madagascar in South Africa, that strait, or Hormuz Strait, mostly the Hormuz Strait between Iran and Egypt, and or Malacca. And the security threat we don't realize is that if any turbulence created in these areas, especially the Hormuz Strait of Hormuz, then the supply of energy will directly be affected. So what I'm saying is almost all the liquid fuel coming to Sri Lanka is through the Hormuz Strait. So it's a very, very difficult place to access militarily. That's why all the US forces, Indian forces, all are in that area to take their share of energy. So you don't need to, you don't need to have 100% breakdown or 100% disturbance in the area. Even a 5% disturbance can affect countries like us, because the big boys will take their share out through their military presence, through their strength, through their financial strength, they will take. But we have a big issue if something happens there. We cannot rule out nothing will happen. It has happened, it might happen, or it will happen most probably. So we have to be very clear about how do we take energy when there is an issue in those places where they are very much vulnerable to, vulnerable politically, especially. If you look at the Hormuz Strait, you know how volatile that area is. So that can affect our energy security. So we have to be mindful about that in planning and executing energy systems. And I will end my talk here today with a quote from the Fatih Birol, Executive Director of IEA. This is in 2023 IEA report. The transition to clean energy is happening worldwide, and it is unstoppable. It is not a question of if, it is just a matter of how soon. And the sooner, the better for all of us. I think that is the topic of today's discussion, also in different words. So, as Fatih Birol says, the clean energy transition is happening. We can't stop that. Now in 2018-19, we didn't, we never forecasted this much of renewable energy coming in, this much of rooftops coming in, this much of technology changes coming in the world, in this country. So, but it has happened. It has happened. So we can't stop it. We have to live with it. And also the costs are coming down in the renewable sector. So if you measure the energy security criteria, renewable energy fits the best. It fits the best. It is because it is available, it is affordable, it is accessible, and it is acceptable to the people of this country. So I think the government policy is very clear. Government policy addresses that energy security requirement on the pricing, on the availability. So with that note, I conclude my presentation, and I hope you all consider energy security in a more conscious way and make sure, we all should make sure that we will become an energy secure country in future. Thank you very much.
I'm sure we do appreciate the emphases brought in, and the options that you offered certainly were very clear, Namita. We appreciate that underscoring of the options that really are there in this realm of security, energy security. Now, here's another interesting topic that we're going to be discussing, And we will be inviting to the lectern engineer Iranga Jayaratna. And he's an alumnus of the University of Morato. And of course, electrical engineering is his particular range of expertise. He has been serving with the Ceylon Electricity Board for more than 15 years and has much experience in power plant operations and the maintenance as well. Currently serves as the chief engineer of the generation planning unit with the Ceylon Electricity Board. And I might mention that even as we listen to our previous speaker, there is going to be a panel discussion, so some more finer focus might be possible. So if you really are taking notes, this might be an opportunity to keep those remarks in mind. And this next topic, causes of higher electricity costs. Yeah, I repeat that. Causes of higher electricity costs and the possibility of vulnerability to climate change. Yeah, so that's been a kind of a toxic arena, as it were. So let's hear it now from Engineer Iranga Jayaratna.
Good afternoon. I think I should first thank the Chamber of Construction Industry of Sri Lanka for inviting me here. Thank you. And let me share my experience and some justification to the topic. So, as introduced, I'm serving as the operation planning of the Electricity Board. Now, okay. So these are the contents that I'm going to talk about. First, I will go through the brief of Sri Lankan power system and some general policy guidelines, as Mr. Damitha spoke about. Then our demand forecast and long-term planning, and the factors affecting the electricity costs, as well as climate change and our national determined contributions, and how to go forward, I think way forward. So these are the numbers here again. So a little small differences with Mr. Damitha, and so we have installed capacity of 6,000. I think this is because of the rooftop capacity estimation. So 6,000 gigawatt, 6,000 megawatt, 6 gigawatt supply. So we have 1,500 from megawatts from major hydro, solar 1,500 megawatts. So that means basically this is ground mounted and rooftop solar. So you can see our largest share is from solar. We should be happy about that. Then wind around 267, mini hydro and biomass. So total renewable energy share is more than 60% in capacity wise. And we are in a very good position at this moment. So you can see thermal around less than 40%. So at this moment, we are in a good phase. Then these are actually, you can see this is provisional data with the rooftop estimation of last year. So we think around 55% from renewable energy generation last year with the rooftop solar generation estimation, provisional data. So, but we are in that range. So we have major hydro generation around 31%. So 5,400. Then solar with estimation 1,700 gigawatt hours. So then wind, mini hydro and biomass. So we are in the pathway of 70% renewable energy by 2030. I think we are gradually going to that target. That's a good sign. We are very positive with that one, with the government policy guidelines. So I think with the rooftop solar penetration, I hope we can go there. So then I think these points, I think Mr. Damitha has highlighted. So general policy guidelines, we do prepare the long-term generation expansion plan of this country. So for 20 years. So we take these policies into our constraints. First thing, 70% generation by 2030. And then the other thing, actually, this is an intermediate target, 70% electricity by 2030, but our main target should be the carbon neutrality. That is the final point, 2050. So that is the main target. Then we have a target of 70% of electricity generation in 2030. Then the other thing, we are not going to build new coal power plants. We will run the existing one until its retirement. That's all. Then all the new firm capacity additions from liquefied natural gas. That is natural gas. Then in order to support this renewable energy, we have to go with the pump hydro power storages as well as battery energy storage systems. Then I will just get you through our long-term planning process. This is actually around a 1 year exercise. So we do prepare the long-term demand forecast. You have seen that previous slides, Mr. Namita. Then 25-year demand forecast we do prepare. Then we have some discussions with other central bank and Department of Statistics and other institutions. Then many demand, railway, then UDA, many organizations, whether there is any major projects coming up. Likewise, we finalize the demand forecast for this country. Then we start the long-term planning. Then we prepare the plant data, sorry. So this is the way. Then we prepare the base case with the existing plants and the candidate plants. Then we do the transmission analysis part. Then we go ahead, then renewable integration. Likewise, finally, after many simulations with our softwares, then finally we submit it for approval of the regulator, Public Utilities Commission of Sri Lanka. So then with their approval only, we can proceed. Then this is the basic approach of demand forecast. We do a 25-year demand forecast. So that means first 5 years we do in the time trend analysis, time series like that. Then the long-term one, we get the econometric approach. So this is the demand forecast we prepared for current plan under review of PUCSS of Sri Lanka, 2025-44-1. So you can see, as the previous speaker, Mr. Damita, spoke about, our day peak will rise greater than the night peak. So this is the significant one we understood with this demand. Then our demand will grow. So you can see that 2030, where our generation should be somewhere in 2,927 gigawatt hours. Then the peak would be around 3,500. So, and one thing I should highlight. So generally we prepare this long-term plan for every 2 years. It's a biennial report for 20 years, but last plan, the approved plan PUCSL 2023-42-1, it is before the economic recession. Then our demand was slightly higher, but now the recent one with this economic problems in the country, so this has dropped. So, but I think we will gain that, but still we are expecting a 5%, more than 5% demand growth. So then I think we know that we have ample of renewable energy resources, indigenous resources in this country. We have to use that, but there are certain things that we should identify when we are doing the planning, especially the seasonality of these renewable energy resources. First thing, we know from, you can see January to December, months are there, then the dry, January to April, then we have a high wind season from May to September, then we have October to December, wet. We have solar throughout the year, but a little low in the latter part of the year, that is October to December. Then we have wind, that is especially we note that we have a higher wind season in May to September. So that is the seasonality of this country. So some other countries may have with the larger area, different profiles, but in Sri Lanka, if you go Mannar, even northern area, southern, even everywhere, you will have this seasonality. So we have the wind dispatch maximum in this period. So we are going with the planning, going with this seasonality. We have to identify, understand that. And hydro, you know that October to December is the largest. So we have the dry in January to April. So then May to September little. So then biomass, if you have the supply, you can run the plant, no issue. So, and thermal plants, thermal fleet, the high dispatch is in the first 3-4 months of the country. So then in the other months, it's moderate. Then we have fuel supply. We need more fuel in the first 4 months, and likewise it goes. So we do the planning with this seasonality modeling. So we are going ahead with that. So these are the resource availability we consider for our long-term planning. So we know that we have considered a 4,000 offshore wind, onshore wind, and ground-mounted solar, floating solar. I think this is somewhat we collected information from our sustainable energy authorities. There are some published studies also. So these are the northern area. You can see we have the solar and wind. So that means offshore and onshore wind. Then northwestern, north central area, you have the wind also. Then floating solar likewise. So this is the resource map. So we do consider the resource availability of different regions, taking into consideration to our long-term planning. So then with those things, this is the draft plan 2025-44. So we have capacity additions like this. You can see renewable energy, we are planning additions of around 3,300 megawatts, renewable energy capacity additions. So, but also battery capacity, 355 megawatts. And we have some combined cycle plants, and we have some IC engines and gas turbines. Actually, these are flexible plants. Flexible plants means, so you need to have some flexible generation in order to cater the intermittency of the renewable energy. So we are going ahead with the some gas turbines and IC engines. So, but the fuel, as stated in the general policy guidelines, it should be from natural gas. But so we'll talk about that later. Then, so these are in megawatts. These are the renewable capacity additions in breakdown. So we have major hydro, there will not be much change. So after these Umawaya and Morogolla, then mini hydros, we think keep on adding 10 and 20, but there is no limitations. But these are the practical what we see in the additions. But wind, we have good potential. So northern and northwestern northern area, we are expecting 860 megawatts. Then biomass, we can keep on adding, no issue. So 20 megawatts we plan. Then rooftop solar. So this is the additions we are expecting. Then the grid connected solar. And especially I should mention that, so this renewable energy plant, we should have some visibility and controllability to the National System Control Center. Those are the things that we expect. So we have the numbers here. So we are going positively with these renewable energy targets. So these are the plans we prepare. So that's, but those things we should be able to control, and it should be visible to the National Control Center in order to have the stable grid. So then other than the, we have to have this grid interventions. That means the battery energy storage systems, pump hydropower storage systems. Now this 100 megawatt hour battery energy storage system at Kolonnawa, now we are going ahead with that. We secured some finances from ADB. So it is going ahead. Now we hope to issue the RFP documents by May this year, because we have to have it early as possible, because we have the urgency in that, because this has been discussing for a long time, but there was an issue in the securing funding. So these purposes are actually frequency regulation, fast frequency response, and energy system shifting, as well as system restorations. Those are the objectives of these things. And we are going ahead with the pump storage hydro system. You may have seen that in the media recently, 600 megawatt one in Maha. So basically the energy shifting and inertia support. Not only that, we should have synchronous condensers. Actually, I have put sites on the transmission. Transmission also, we need a lot of investments. We need to have STATCOMs, synchronous condensers for inertia support and fault current requirements. We have to go with these things to support this transition. We are in this energy transition. We have to secure funding, and we need to absorb this grid intervention to the national grid. We at the right time to have a stable grid. So this is actually a typical curve. I think you have seen in the previous presentation also. So you have coal and the oil and hydro, and this is the dotted line as the visible one, the duck curve. Then you have the rooftop solar. So then this is the operational pattern. So different years, seasons of the country. You can see dry. We don't have wind here. So in the high wind season, you have wind. Then wet season, there's a different pattern. So Sri Lanka we have this seasonality. So we plan with the seasonality. So you can observe these things in clearly in this kind of generation pattern. So then we are coming to my topic actually, factors affecting electricity costs. So that was just the introduction that what we are doing long-term planning. I just want to give you. Now we will discuss some facts. So with the learn lessons, how to go forward. So with these targets, so then factors affecting our electricity costs. First thing is the delay in projects. We see this thing in our power system. We prepare the long-term plan, we get the approval. Finally, we come up with the economically and technically feasible generation mix with the prevailing policies. You should understand, we have the policies. Inside that policies, we prepare the plan. So we have a plant lineup. So we have to go ahead with that plan. But many issues coming up, project funding, and maybe some other issues, projects getting delayed. Then in order to support that generation, we have the long-term transmission plan to evacuate the power. It is also sometimes it is very difficult. Sometimes projects getting delayed. Recently you may have seen that Hambantota Wolpitiya line project get delayed due to some small stringing of 600 meters, maybe 2 years. So these issues are there. It's beyond our control. So those issues we have to go ahead. So those are the facts. That means finally, if you are not going to develop the optimum mix, so you will end up with some high cost generation to balance that. So those issues are there always. So I think we should learn lessons from the past. We have to go forward. The next thing is the cancellation of mature projects. So power project is not a project that you can have planned overnight and construct. So you have to have a complete feasibility studies, maybe 1 year, 2 years, then land acquisitions, handle disputes, then environment EIA, then resettlements, then design, procurement, construction. So sometimes we come up, I think maybe 10 years we spend for a project. At a point, when it is about to bid, project getting cancelled. So those things we have experienced in past. This is our past experience, but it should not happen in the future. That's what we want to do in our renewable energy projects. As I showed you, some wind projects, you see many big numbers, 250 megawatts like that. We have to come up with those plants. So to have these 70% targets and carbon neutrality, but we should not repeat those mistakes in the future. So I mean, we should either it may be some other reason, social concern, financial, environment, whatever. Finally, it will end up with loss to the country. So we have to identify those are the factors that we have. Even though we have the plans, planning is there, no issue. We have good plans, but implementing is a tough thing with the past experience. And policy inconsistencies. This is such a power sector is not a sector you can change policies overnight. So now we have a policy. So we hope these policies will remain at least for some years. Otherwise, constant changes is not good for power sector. So we have seen in, I think, recent past some policy in some policy changes, ad hoc policy changes happened in country in the fertilizer sector. What happened? So these things. Power sector should not be like that. Power sector also but those things you can change, I think 1 year, 2 years. But these things, this long gestation period, power plant construction, It's not a simple thing. So we have to get the sector experts' comments. So, and this gradual transition we have to go because our grid should be ready. I showed you some battery energy, pump hydro, some synchronous condensers, transmission lines. It takes time. So transmission line, you at least 4 or 5 years you need. So we have to have northern backbone transmission line. You have to have the right of way. So those things takes time. So we cannot have, I think we should not have ad hoc changes. We have to go with the constant policies. And this is another fact that Sri Lanka is, we have a hydrothermal mix. You saw that the typical dispatch curve, we have a hydrothermal combination. So that's how we dispatch. So our hydro was last year was around 5,500 gigawatt hours. But if you maybe if it was a dry year, we may end up with the 3,500 gigawatt hours. So 2,000 gigawatt hour, that difference. So that is a big amount. So with that, climate changes, those things affects our prices. So then the other thing is unavailability of natural gas. We have been talking for a long time. Still, after February 9th blackout, for some time we had to run some high cost plants. So we always some peaking plants run with the high cost fuel. So we reliance on high cost fossil fuel still. So that is also a factor which affect the electricity prices of Sri Lanka. Then climate change and its impact to Sri Lanka. Then my topic, second part. So we know that it's real, it's happening. So we have to go ahead with that. So no doubt, I think all in the audience will agree with me. Then, so as a tropical country, these are general things we know that we are ranked among the top countries at risk from extreme weather events and climate change. Then, so what do we do? Now, as Ceylon Electricity Board and the 2016, we have given our national determined contribution according to the Paris Agreement. So we are going to reduce our emission target. We are going to reduce our emissions 20% in electricity, 4% unconditionally, in percent conditionally. So in 2021, we came up with the more ambitious one and 25% reduction electricity sector. So these numbers are there. So then now 2025, we are preparing the next one. This is with the climate change. So Paris Agreement, we are giving our targets, emission reduction targets in the electricity sector. So I think, but just want to give you some figures, International Energy Agency statistics. Even though Sri Lanka is not a high emitting country, per capita emissions are less. You see, it's 0.8 compared to other, there are some other countries, Russia, USA, Canada, and those countries are more than 10, right? 13 somewhere. Even though we are not a big emitter in this industry, but we have very ambitious targets in electricity sector because to fulfill our part to save this planet. Then I'll get another thing is the CO2 emission from the fuel combustion. In Sri Lanka, we have a CO2 emission higher in the transport sector, not in electricity sector, but rest of the world, it is different. The transport sector is less, but electricity is high. But Sri Lanka, we have different one. So, I mean, I just want to show you that electricity is performing well, but that is not the case. We have to improve further. Then this is the CO2 emission in the recent past. You can see the CO2 emissions in the overall emissions, and the electricity sector emission is little very low compared to the total emissions. So then we know these things actually. Climate risk, droughts and floods, we have landslides, then cyclones, those things are there, extreme heat. So we know the climate risks. Then we know the impacts. Agriculture, food security, we have, then economic losses, water resources, human health, we have those risks, impacts. Then who are the vulnerable communities, especially the population in the farmers, those living in coastal areas. We have to go ahead with the mitigation targets as well as we have to go with the adaptation plans, because we are in discussion with Environment Ministry of Sri Lanka. They are the national designated authority. So we, as the planning branch of the Sonoma Lake City Board, we always lies with the Environment Ministry of Sri Lanka. Now, so let's see in our plans, what is the way forward we propose in carbon neutrality in power generation. So that is very important. So I should highlight that. So this is the basic snapshot of base case plan of 2025-44. So you can see y-axis, it is clean energy share. We keep on increasing the clean energy share. Then the x-axis is from until 2044. In the bottom line is we have mini hydros, then the major hydro, mini hydro. Then the biomass we keep on adding. Then rooftop solar, solar parks, we keep on adding till the horizon. Then onshore wind is there. Then we need to have the renewable energy control center. Now there is one thing we should have with this, the higher penetration of renewable energy. We should have a renewable energy control center with the forecasting, controlling, and as well as the everything should be able to handle all the renewable energy related controls, monitoring part. So we need to have it early as possible with this higher penetration of renewable energy. Then battery energy storage systems keep on adding. Then transmission line should come entire horizon. Then natural gas is there. Then flexible plants, IC engine, gas turbines. We have 70% renewable, but other 30% is from thermal. That should be, that's a mix of, as we have a coal plant, coal and natural gas. Natural gas should be introduced. So then these flexible thermal plants will be introduced in some hydrogen blended plants. Then pump storage should come. Then we have planned with the HVDC interconnection, then green hydrogen, then finally, now in the current plan, nuclear plant is there. So this is the base case plan. Then with this plan, our CO2 emissions, we hope this is the way CO2, SOx, NOx, emissions will keep on decreasing emissions like this. This is our plan. So, and finally, this is the pathway to carbon neutrality. So you can see we have on top, we have aggressive renewable energy development to achieve 70% renewable energy target that is there until 2050. Then introduction of natural gas, then phasing out of all of oil plants, and the introduction of hydrogen blend with natural gas, and phasing out of coal plants. Then we have 70% here in the renewable, and balance 30%. We have to convert hydrogen blended natural gas power plant to 100% hydrogen. So then pathway introduction of nuclear power. So that's 2050. So this is the basic pathway to carbon neutrality, but we are proposing as we are going ahead with our plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, Iranga. We appreciate what was shared, and obviously there's need to think deeply about what the substance of that presentation was. Now, challenges to increasing green electricity share to 70% by the year 2030. Another very engaging topic. Here the focus is on what are the challenges that make it difficult. And we have Mr. Prakrama Jayasinghe, who is a chartered mechanical engineer, and he's a member of the Institution of Mechanical Engineers of London as well. And he is the immediate past president of the Bioenergy Association of Sri Lanka. And he has been very interested in this aspect of bioenergy and has been pursuing the option which we refer to as dendro energy. And he is an honorary council member of the Solar Industry Association of Sri Lanka and a director of the National Engineering Research and Development Center of Sri Lanka's Sustainable Energy Authority. He has served previously as a director with Haycarb PLC, but right now he's here with us, and we would like very much to hear him on that matter of the challenges. So let's hear it. Challenges to increasing green electricity share to 70%.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the Chamber of Construction Industry who invited me here. It's a great opportunity for me to come and talk about some of the things I've been writing about in the bulletin, which my friend Nisag is always very pleased to publish. This is a very important topic in the present context, and also, in a way, Aranda took the wind out of my sails. He says that CB is going to reach 30%. So maybe there's nothing for me to say. But let's examine this a little further, right? I can manage. Page down. Yes. Right. Good. Thank you. So the question to be asked is, should there be a change? Should be considered as a challenge? No, Damita and previous speakers also always talked about 70% renewable energy target is national policy. So it's no longer channeled, but a duty to be performed. And we have my friend and the CEB who's given that entire task of achieving that. So I don't consider it as a challenge. But if you don't do that one, I think somebody should say it's an act of insubordination, because a state department has been given a task, given a policy to achieve, but they have to get on with it. I'm saying this one because I heard in public fora also people from CB and also even the former people saying, no, it can't be reached and there are difficulties, there are challenges and all that. Not something that I would accept. For example, when Prime Minister Modi wanted to add 100,000 megawatts of solar, we didn't hear anybody from the departments coming and say, no, that can't be done. We'll do it sometime later or something like that. They were buckled up and when they got it done. And now had bumped it up to 177,000 megawatts. They're halfway there already. We have been talking about these challenges for a long time, but we are very slow in reaching that. How do you read this? I mean, I'm very sorry to even bring up this subject. If somebody in the department, in a government agency says that they can't do it, it's either admission of their inability to do that one, or lack of confidence, or worse still, there might be other reasons, which I don't want to even broach at this point. Now, why is this target important to us? So I was in fact thinking as I was coming, saying that if this is no longer a challenge and it's been done, like my friend Aranda said, you already done, I can close shop and go home. It will get done. But it's much more important for us to leave it at that one, because we as consumers ourselves and the people who are making benefit of it also have a role to play. We can't just leave it to CB, say, oh, get it done. No, that won't do, because 70% is not our target. Quite rightly said, that's not the target. The target is the 2050. So we have to be going along with that one. We should be conscious of what we want to do from now onwards to reach that. It's not just one step, the gradual process that has to go on. Now, that's why I'm asking the question, why is this target so important to us? It is really at the this point of time, even much more than the environmental issue or the climate change, it's an economic reality for us. That's the only way to go forward. Sri Lanka we have been spending $5,000 million for the last so many years for import of oil, both coal and oil. That's a huge amount of money just draining out unnecessarily from Sri Lanka, because as we have already heard, we have enough and more renewable energy, indigenous renewable energy with us. So why are we continuing to spend this money out? Our indigenous energies, our renewable energy is fortunately also indigenous and also is free most of the time. Otherwise, we don't have to pay dollars, we just pay rupees for that only, right? So also the other thing is, like I mentioned, is we are cannot talk about electricity alone, because electricity is only 14% around of the total energy. So we can't ignore the rest of it. The elephant in the room is transport. It's consuming huge amount of fuel, as well as contributing, like you say, to the climate change. It is the biggest contributor to the carbon emission. So we have to be keeping that very much in our focus of what we are talking about. So that is why this 70% target is our first initial step. It has a lot of more ramifications which you must take into account. So pot of gold, the price that we can gain is very much more than just reaching the 70%. And therefore, whatever the gains we can have. And like I said, the loftier target of reaching zero emission. Right. This is the obvious truth. You see, this is data from year 2023. Renewable energy, like Damita quite rightly said, is the cheapest option. No question about it at all. These are real data coming from the 23 figures. I think 24 figures are not so different. Where renewable and unconventional renewable energy sources are 66% cheaper than the fossil fuel option. And what happened was, we paid 87% of the cost to get 52% out of the fossil fuel, and only 13% of the balance, 48%. That picture has to change. It will change if you sort of at least put this target of 7% and get on with it immediately without delay. For that one, actually, it's not a long way to go. We are already at 52%. I mean, this I got from Mr. Rohan Senivaratne, who was former GM in the presentation. I think last year it would have been even higher than 52%. You said 64% or something like that. Last year, contribution of renewables. Somewhere on that order. It's not a big deal. Going from that to 70% really should not be a big deal. And what we gain out of it, this is just an exercise I did using data provided by CEB at the Parliamentary Commission, where they gave the generation, the type of generation, cost per each unit. I just considered, what if we don't use oil? You see, somehow or other we managed to get that generator using renewable energy and use the same numbers. What it turns out is we will save 113 billion a year in cost of generation. Much more important, we'll be also saving $872 million of imports of oil. So these are real numbers that are on the table at the moment. We just can't ignore them. So in spite of all the difficulties, all the technical problems that are there, we'll have to overcome all those. And that's why we would look to you all at the CEB, grab this by the throat and make sure we do that. We can't wait for years and years. So we have been given a very, getting closer and closer target, something to look at. We shall meet it. And I would like to see my friends at CEB say, no, we will not wait till 2030. We'll make sure that we'll reach there much earlier. We can. I'll show you why. Also, the thing is, like Damita says, these other factors must be taken into account. We are so very fortunate in Sri Lanka that all those things can be solved. And the world has solved most of the problems that we are talking about. Unfortunately, we are chosen to ignore all of them all this time, saying that no, they are not, they are too expensive, they are not being proven. This kind of thing I heard in public fora. That was in the last occasion also. Unfortunate that we are looking at that without taking the challenge, that's the challenge. Challenge should be to ourselves, say, no, we shall do this. We can get there. It's in our capacity to do that. Just take it on. Don't wait till somebody else comes and tells you. When you have the power to do that, just do that. That's what I do. And I'm talking at length on this one without just saying that, okay, see, we are taken on the challenge, therefore I don't have to worry about it. We have a role to play because things have changed so much, particularly over the last 10 years or something. I will come to that a little later. Energy and electricity in particular is now a different game entirely. The way we look at it also has been looked at totally different. When we do that one, we have a role to play. Like I said, why we can't leave it there and go away is because we have a role to play and we have a right about it. After all, we are the shareholders of this big organization, $700 billion organization. We are the shareholders, although we don't get any balance sheets or anything like that, right? So it's time we should have to stake our claim. We also must have a say, and we have part to play, which we have shown that we can play. Some people, very intrepid people are coming to the forefront in spite of very, very difficulties. They are come and say, no, there are things we can do. We will be helping to achieve that. See, we can take a much higher sort of highly technical and highly supportive role than they are being asked to do everything. If they don't have to, we can do that. Like I said, the way forward is there. This, even a couple of years, nobody had thought this was possible. Even last year alone, we added 600 megawatts of it, because I think CB got a little pants down because that when the 9th February came and all of a sudden they said, half the energy was being supplied by somebody else, we don't know anything about it. System control center didn't know what was happening. So that is a very bad situation, and that's the change that must happen. And this path, I'm sure, will grow, provided certain moves that are on the way are not allowed to happen. Although very pleased to hear and say that we are going to reach that one. Information we do receive says differently. We are very worried about it. We want to make sure that that blockage will not happen. Is it just reached too far? Again, I don't have to ask that question because Aran said that we are already getting there. We are reached, not only that we are at average of 52% or something like that, we are already breached that 70% several times. If you look at some of the good what do you call hydro years, period hydro months, we have reached 70%. So how do you look at when you see that one? How would you expect somebody at senior people at the CEB to look at it? Okay, we have hit 70%. Boys, how do we make sure that this 70% is here to stay? Rather than wait till dry months and sorry what to do, there are no hydro, we don't have enough hydro now, we have nothing to do but to do use oil. That is a very, very poor reflection of your, what shall I say, your professional integrity. You are trained to do differently. You are trained to look forward. You are trained to see what can be done. And you must also see that things are happening like that in all over the world. It's not only Sri Lanka. Everywhere else, people are looking differently. Why aren't we doing that? And that's what we should be doing. And my pride is I see people, small people, coming to the forefront saying that I shall do that. I'll do my little best. I'm proud to say that I'm independent of CEB on electricity and even on transport. That is possible. Last number, all of you can be that. All of you can be prosumers. Not only producers of electricity, you are consuming and you are also producing more that you can send out because you are helping your neighbor who can't do that. That is possible, and it is up to what we look up to the CEB to be the greatest facilitator for that one. Rather than saying that we have a blackout because of solar. That is very, very unfortunate statement that was made, not proven by any of the data that came out. So, like I said, we got those to the point because we had good hydro, but we should leverage on that one. So, okay, what do we do when we don't have hydro? Your proposals of pumped hydro and all that good, but they're down the road, 10 years down the road, you want solutions now. There are solutions available. I'm sure Janak will come and tell you all this. These solutions are there, they have been talked about. You want to see that they come into the mainstream and they are, what shall I say, picked up by the authorities saying, oh, we like to see you do that. We'll help you to do that. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. It's quite the opposite. Right, but like I said, these are just examples of some of the generation data, but I have put circles on. These circles have gone all over the place. You see, we have hit 70% already. Right, even here we have hit 70% on those dates. And this particular very interesting day, January 13, 2024, we have hit 81% renewables. Little outside the normal hydro season also. Very interesting. These are things we should take. I say this is something I must make note of. We must make leverage out of that. We grow on it, build on it. That, unfortunately, that mindset doesn't seem to be there. We have to take care about this one. We can never be able to continue to depend on fossil fuel. Prices are going up. Even the prices are stable. We don't know how the dollar is going to turn out. Although we talked about the $5,000 million for a long time, that 5,000 million in rupee terms is now 3 times more. Because dollar has gone up, even now it's still close to 300. Hope we can stay somewhere there. But we were talking about 110 or something like that before. There, in that light, very, very unfortunate to see this huge increase in dependence on fossil fuels. Knowing that writing us on the wall, we can never depend on that. At least now we have been given the chance of making that change. Because if you talk about this about, say, even 5 years or 10 years ago, solar and wind were very expensive. We had no alternative. We were saying that hydro is all over. I didn't believe that. Of course, they continue to ignore Dendro. Dendro is ours and it's indigenous and it's renewable, everything we want to talk about. But unfortunately, even now, your generation plans only 105 megawatts of Dendro by 2030. Very sad. Now, I want to look at this one also extracted out of your long-term generation plan. This is the one I took a sample out of. 2025, we are supposed to have natural gas. If ever, it will take another 6-7 years before in natural gas. What am I going to do in the meanwhile? I'm going to fill that 18% with oil. That is what is happening. That's what the minister is threatening to say there has to be an increase in consumer tariff. We have to pay for the oil. Is that what we do? Is that the plan we must have? You see, when you put this one in, unfortunately, sorry for saying this, CB has a problem of grabbing hold of something and not letting it go, irrespective of whatever happens. Whereas I must take objection to you say, these things must be flexible, can't be changed. That era is gone. You can't hang on to something and say, for 10 years, we are going to continue to do that. 2 years down the road, something drastic will happen, say that is totally idiotic to do it. That is exactly what is happening with LNG at the moment. LNG was a good idea 10 years ago. For whatever reason, Sri Lankan political situation or whatever it is, it did not happen. So simply because you wanted to have LNG, you can't grab that one and put it now and say, let's do it. I have written to all the cabinet ministers to say, please take a close look before you pass any cabinet papers on this. But I don't know whether they passed it, they want to open that tender again. We are opening a tender for, I think, the FSRU without having a clue as to where the energy is coming from. or at what price we are going to pay it. I don't want to go into details of that, but I was very worried to see this one. Long generation plan says 18%. So because it has been there long generation plan, I've got to do it without change. Shouldn't we be looking at something better? Don't we have something better, which we do have? That is what is not being looked at. That is what I'm talking to you people, not to the authorities, to us. We are the owners of this system. We have a say. We should have a say. Right now, of course, we have been shut out. Even this present discussion going on in the Electricity Act, we are shut out. We are not allowed to talk about it either. That is the situation that must change. And I'm glad CCI gave me this opportunity to say this. Now again, it is not a choice going for renewables for the simple reason we have no fossil fuel. We are talking about manna, but I don't know when it is going to come. And we have more than enough. I am repeating what has been said all before. Anybody with 2 cents will realize this is, you don't have to explain this at all. It's already there. Anybody not looking at it needs his head examined. Right? So, and also because we still are in a very dire situation, we don't have enough of a built up of foreign reserves. We have to start paying loans in 2-3 years' time. Right? So we can't afford to send money out anymore. So we better start saving some money. That is possible, and it's possible here now because saving of expenditure on import of oil is the easiest thing that can be done. I'll skip through this one because we have been spending all our money we earn from Tira Bank coconut. That is no longer enough to buy for the oil also. You see, that passed in there. This is what we see. Go out, last few days it rained, but today just go out. See, this is what you see. That's our bounty of nature. We are so reluctant to look at that one and see what we can do about it. Right? Again, I don't have to go through this one. It has been said so many times. These are data available with Sustainable Energy Authority, their website. You know, innumerable amount of wind and solar and more than anything, I talk of biomass. Bioenergy, we say we have 4,000 megawatt worth of it. Both ADB and JICA say 2,500. CEB plans only 105. I don't blame CEB for this one. You see, if the fuel is there, you can have it. It is not for the CEB to find the fuel. Fortunately, the blockages we had at the CEB have been removed, so there is possibility for biomass to happen. But there nobody else doing that. In 2005, we declared Grisidi as the 4th plantation crop. It just remained as a cabinet memo declaring it. Nobody did anything about it. Nobody had the sense to look at it and say, what a massive resource we have. No problems with intermittency, aromia, monoculture there. You see, it's a firm source of fuel, source of energy, 24/7. You can dispatch it if you want. You can do all that one. And more than anything, it's a means of upgrading the economy of the rural people. So all that money that goes out is going to the pockets of the rural people. Every megawatt of Dendro that we install, at least now it might be even more, 50 million rupees a year to go to the village. Just the surroundings, 10 kilometers round. Suppose if we have 100 of them, you see, unfortunately, that's the situation there. So that's what I said. We have to start thinking differently about energy. All of us must be conscious. We can't keep quiet. It's our property. So we better start talking about it, claiming our claim about it. We are no longer need to be importing any fuel, even for transport. We have to come to that. But let's start with electricity is a much easier thing to do. Right? We are an energy-rich nation, and we have, even the president himself is talking about, let's make it an energy hub and let's start earning some money. It's possible, right? How you set about it is a different thing. We have to be very careful about that, but it is possible. And we must have what is called proper national policy. The new act at least talks about it. I hope they'll do it properly. In 2019, we came up with a national energy policy. which was concocted only by the Ministry of Power and Energy. After that one, nobody looks at it, not even the Ministry of Power and Energy. They do entirely different ways. None of the other ministries, they think, know of the existence of it. We need a national energy policy. Nothing can be allowed to be done going outside the dictates of that such a policy. That must have total public consultation. Everybody's view must be there. It must be something. That is the one that we can't change. That is a policy we must have, which will last for 10 years, 20 years, or whatever it is. And of course, unfortunately, I regret to say, we have this big question of the governance of the CEB. Now, Namita came up with various numbers on profits and all that. We hear all sorts of numbers being thrown about. Even the minister talking different numbers, profit margins and all that. We don't know what is happening there. We have no way of knowing. You would see a very thick original report on what is happening in CEB. It's our property, it's our company. But we have no way of knowing it. So that governance must come in. Therefore, if you talk about this challenge, there's only one thing to do. That duty or that task of teaching that must be formally, officially given to CEB. So you shall achieve it. You see, don't say that it will be achieved in 2030. You want to see how we are going to do that. I showed you what is their plan. The plan is not going to happen because there are no LNG. So what are you going to do? How are you going to fill that gap? With what? Are you going to fill it with emergency power? That is the issue. So what I'm saying is, in Sri Lanka, this is a resource, it's a boon for all of us. We should make sure that it is made use of for the benefit of all the people. That is the paradigm shift I'm talking about. You always hear about energy being so very important, energy security being very important, because that is essential for the GDP growth. No question about it. But we have to look at it in a slightly different way, practically different way, so that it can give us yet more. What I say is power generation with indigenous sources. You see, there no point talking about doing it with other things. Must lead to enhancement and support of the GDP growth, so that it becomes part of the GDP growth itself. Energy sector itself is a part of the energy growth. That's what we say. We already started that one. Only 86,000 roofs, Namita, but we wanted to see the million that we have been talking about. And also, I would like to see every garden and energy plantation. So we'll have not necessarily 4,000, we have a couple of thousand megawatts of dendro power, which has a value of 5,000 megawatts of solar, because it's a firm power 24/7, you see, with an 85% plant factor. That's what we should be looking at. We should be looking at in that broader perspective. You see, not just hitting some small target now, and again worrying about what's going to happen later. The moment there's some kind of upheaval out there that we can't afford to do. Right, I have taken enough time. So how do we get there? Non-dependence, that is essential. Everybody must say that we don't want to be. We have to start maximizing our own energy sources, indigenous energies. And this issue of the transmission, distribution, and generation and all that, it must be Sri Lankan industry, not given out to some foreigner. Foreigners are welcome to come as long as we don't lose that control. That control need not be in a state-controlled institution. It can be Sri Lanka. It must be Sri Lanka, not a foreign one. Right? And also, this whole business of energy, all the segments, it must have spin-off benefits that flow into the other people. For instance, people must have jobs, green jobs coming in, where other kinds of supporting activities coming, all that must flow. Because it becomes an industry on its own. That is the way we should be looking at it, because we have the primary ingredient of the sources of energy. Is given, Mother Nature given to us. So why aren't we leveraging on that? On a different way, just without just saying that we convert some electricity and give to a man to run a lathe. That's not what we want to do. We have to do something a bit more. And also that way, forgive me. I don't say, why should I say forgive? I'm proud to say that Girisidia is another such God-given, nature-given, or whatever it is, gift to us. It's not ours. You might know that it's imported, this thing coming from West Indies or something, but it has become indigenized. It's a fantastic plant. In many ways, it's not the time to talk about it. And also, rooftop solar has the one that has taken off. Everybody has contributed to that one. Everybody is into it. There are a large number of people working on it. There are lots of regulation needed, lots of controls we must bring in down there, so that make sure that the consumers are protected. But it is there. It is right. So growth is happening already. Again, these numbers that we not very this thing. And like I said, 20,000, 40,000 and all that. Recently, SLSCA said we have got potential of 102,000 megawatts of wind, offshore and onshore, and 106,000 megawatts of solar. Very, very, I don't know, I don't say stupid, but sort of unconsidered opinions are being stated. You can't afford to use so much land for solar, no? You need to grow paddy without knowing anything about what is out there. We have got 1.6 million hectares of scrub land which are not suitable for agriculture. They are not forests, they are not roads, they are not cities out there. They can be converted. And the best thing is, if you want to convert them to energy plantations, they become fertile soil. Otherwise, of course, we can do that. And on top of it, the reservoirs, the water bodies, enough and more. You don't have to go looking for land anymore. It can be done. Unfortunately, now little things are happening now, isn't it? We have now already 100 megawatt acquisition. Solar, floating solar project. I think so, something like good. Right? Right, okay. So let's look at the possibility of sending some energy out. Right, now if we do that one, we are going to make a very drastic change of what is happening. We have been collecting all our money and pumping it out. Let's start pumping it back into the people's own hands. Right, who can do this? All of us, big and small. State policies must be aligned. So I'm looking very much forward to a proper national energy policy. Coming out of this new act, it must happen. Prosumers, us, can start contributing even now. They are doing it already. Banking sector also must come into the picture. They must allocate adequate funds for this one, because we always talk about availability of funds and that sort of thing. So that is a factor, because this is a national issue, not just something to do with CEB and the CEO or something like that, or PUCSL. It is a national issue. It affects all of us, and each of us is a contributor and a benefiter. Right, what is the challenge? The challenge is for CEB to be given the task. You shall achieve it. You must be proud to take it and say, no, we shall do it. I like to hear it said that one rather than say, no, there are problems, there are feeling, stability issues. That's all your problems. There are 1,000 engineers there. So solve them. We don't want to know about it. Come up with the answers. But give us what the country needs, right? Non-compliance cannot be tolerated. We must have 70%. You can't go to 2019, sorry, we couldn't get that done. Somebody didn't approve this one. No, we won't do. You see, there are more than one way of killing a cat. They say, no, if one path doesn't work, you must come have two different paths also. We are there to help. You see, unfortunately for us, for you, at least CEB, and for the country, it will be done by the other people. You don't have to spend money on it. Expend a very small amount on your, what do you call, control center and all that sort of thing that you have to do. But the rest of it will be done by other people. Pave the way. Give them the signal. Don't scare them away. Unfortunately, that's what is happening. You go and try to get approval for rooftop solar. Not a hassle you have to do. Why should it be? It should be sort of welcome with open arms. Say, come and do this. It's a great thing you are doing. We are helping us. And we will make sure that what you generate is known to us, and we will account for it. Therefore, the things will move this, right? Anyway, I will not go into the other details of it. Again, let me say, I think Mangi did a good job for us. Because after that one, CEB is talking about things we have been asking for a long time, but they are on their own have come up with this one. I saw you also putting up, synchro condensers and all that sort of thing. There are many papers written on those. I think Janak himself would have written a number of papers on that. What can be done to looking at this possibility of this imbalances and instabilities and all that, you see? And I think one of the good things they will do very quickly is if they allow the behind the meter batteries for the prosumers, they will give you a huge boost because we will have I have a battery at home. If you can officially have that one and feed power during the peak to the grid, that takes half the problem away. And also the big problem of too much solar energy during the daytime is going to go away, right? Many number others say we don't go that one. Like I said, very pleased to hear there was a press release saying that you want to do this thing. We like to see it happening actually on the ground and get people involved so that people come and talk about and say how you can help you to do that, right? Right, like I continue to say, Dendro, I must have SCA here, not anybody else saying that what the hell are they doing about it? My wife will blackguard me for using that language, but they have to buckle up and do something about it. Right, finish, last minute, okay. Well, I need not go this one again. So there must be public consultation because it's our property. You can't be left to a few people, however clever they are, can't be left to a few people there or a few businessmen. Must be done with the connivance, not with the connivance, the concurrence of all the ordinary people. So that will require public consultation at every level. That's my last message. He is the owner of this one. So let him also participate. It's our duty. And when you say he, it means all of us also, all of you also. You shall be the owner of the system and the sort of, shall I say, overseer of the system. We must have the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. We appreciate that you spoke with passion and brutally frank. Yes, but indeed, the platform for what needs to be done was clearly spelt out. And I thought the idea that the communication to the people of this land also is a vital factor. They need to know, they need to become owners of what is possible. Right, let's tarry no longer, but move to our next topic. And we have a person who might be referred to as a smart grids specialist. And the topic is how to overcome problems of grid connectivity to green electricity. Now, we have heard about the controversy that has been fostered as a result of these power outages and so on and so forth. We have with us the senior professor and chair of electrical and electronic engineering at the University of Peradeniya. And of course, he also serves academia at the Cardiff University in the United Kingdom and the University of Wollongong in Australia. And he read for his PhD at the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology. And we refer to Janaka Mandara Ekanayaka, and we would like to have Janaka come across now to the lectern to deal with this matter of connectivity problems with green electricity. Is it as serious as it has been suggested? Well, let's find out.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for Chamber of Construction Industries for inviting me to discuss about some solutions to the problem. Let me discuss the problem in a simple way. If you look at the CEB system a couple of years ago, you can just imagine it as a bowl inside a coconut shell. Whatever you do, it won't go out that bowl. So that's a stable system. But due to various reasons, with lots of pressure from various parties, which are, of course, justifiable pressures, CEB unfortunately flipped the shell and put the ball here. And trying to maintain the ball at that point resulted in a blackout very recently. I think this, now what I am going to show you is there are ways to bring it back and put the ball back into the shell. That is what we should be doing. That's the simple thing which should have been done. Unfortunately, it's not CB to blame. There was a committee appointed by the minister a while ago. It was called 80% Renewable Energy Committee. I was the chair of the committee. Lots of CB engineers were involved there. We gave a report. Unfortunately, the report went into the bin. So I'm not blaming the CB for what has happened, but that's what is happened. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take examples from different countries and trying to show how they have supported their systems with lots of renewables. So we'll very quickly go through the landscape today and the connection issues and solutions in two ways, network operational side and the network limit sides, and a couple of non-technical barriers we are having, and some system level solution. Remember, I fully agree with Parakrama. There are two ways of solving this problem. One is the local level solutions, and other one is the system level solution. We heard lots from Eranga about the system level solution, but still not very smart solutions. Some of the solutions we have been planning, but there are local solutions as well. And so very quickly, not the renewable, not the potential, the sizes of the turbines are getting bigger and bigger. So there's putting up solar, the large solar systems on our, like the 15 megawatt, of course, you can't have it onshore, it has to be offshore, but the technology is there. The same with solar, for example, these multi-junction solar cells can now, they have now reached around 48% efficiency. So very high efficiencies, as you can see from very latest figures. These are, of course, laboratory level efficiencies, not commercial efficiencies. But we need to keep in mind the costs. This is, of course, may not be 100% true because from a consultancy body, but you can see that the cost of battery storage is not very favorable. So if you wanted to go with solar and wind and so on, by supporting it with central solution of battery energy, is we can get what we call the affordable electricity. We need to be carefully studied. And also hydrogen solution, it's not readily available. There are many players who can provide us with scalable hydrogen solutions in the market now. It's not something which is future, which is today. So there are these Highway Watts, and the other one is Bosch. They are having systems already installed in many places. And we have seen many systems operated with high share of renewables. Parakram already shows that we operated with 81% on at least one day. But the Denmark operated VRE exceeding demand for 845 hours. Extreme case was VRE, which is the variable renewable energy, is 3,637 megawatt when the demand was 1,000 megawatt. So that was one example. South Australia is operating with 77 with PV generation most of the time. Tasmania, more than 90% is coming from non-synchronized penetration, which is mainly wind, solar, mini hydros, and various sources which are not large spinning machines. And the island and Northern Ireland had 95% on January 2021. So this is not something which is not possible. But remember, This is maybe one day where you are keeping the ball there. But we need to always keep the ball that way. Okay, I'm going to skip this slide. So let's start with the network operational issues. This is the problem everybody's talk about. The visibility is not there for the central generators to schedule power plants. This has happened in Australia. You can see that in 2006, they had a peak demand, daytime demand of 953 megawatt, which has come down to 62 megawatt in 2009. This is the highest solar days, not every day. But they have been operating with this scenario. Same happened here on 1 week before the incident. This was the Sunday before the incident. We were operating with very low visibility. We don't know you have seen the flat kind of a demand curve shown by everybody. That part is not seen by the CEB. CEB is only seen very little of it. So we have operated the system. Okay. So there's no difficulty as far as there's no incident. We can operate the system. It's coming back to my, keeping the ball on the shell here. We can keep it. And if you look at UK, this is an interesting case. They have been daily cycling their coal power plants because this renewable generation is so high, they cannot run. And there was a day, this is the day I wanted to highlight, 24 hours, no coal was generated. So this is what is happening. We cannot have a system with large penetration of renewable and having inflexible power plants. We will need flexibility. That's the key. Unless you have the flexibility in the system coming from the demand side, coming from the supply side, we cannot run the system. We are always in vulnerable state. And the predictions are never correct. Unless you come closer to the real time, you will have two types of errors. One is the forecasting error, and other one is the variability which cannot be really predicted. So both these has to be met by spinning reserves and other ways. So what other countries have done to minimize this, they are having the operating horizons of half an hour or 1 hour. That is the time where you can predict things better. One day before, you don't know what is going to happen to sun tomorrow. You can have some idea, but there will be a larger error. This is why we need a shorter horizon of operations. This is where the so-called renewable control center or whatever has to come into the picture and do the short-term. So this very clearly show the errors that you get as you increase the forecast horizon. And everybody talks about so-called inertia issue. Remember, we had so-called machines, which are called synchronized machines. The good thing about synchronized machine, they were the one who were that were trying to keep our the system shell like that, keeping the ball in the middle. The synchronized machine had this inherent capability to supply energy without telling by anybody whenever there is a change in frequency. That is an inherent property. But today, the solar, wind, and many other power plants are asynchronous power plants. They don't have that inherent property. So now we need to be careful. For example, this was a event happened in London in 2008. there was a loss of generation, little generator was taken off from the grid, followed by a larger generator, and that created the frequency drop very quickly, and which has resulted in a more and more generators to take out. The distributed generations will automatically trip. And there was that was kind of the worst effect. But luckily, of course, the Dinovich power plant, which is a pump hydro, 1,700 megawatt, can go from pump into generation within 17 seconds. So they can bring their system back without much difficulty. And this issue of inertia is now solved. The GE has machines with inertia support for wind. So there are solutions everywhere. And of course, this centralized energy storage. This is a day in Japan. You can see that there were lots and lots of excess solar generation. The thick red curve is their demand, and all the yellow bit is the solar. And you can see that the most of the solar was absorbed by pump storage hydros and batteries, and later on supplied back to the grid to supply their peak demand. The storage, even with that, you can see that they have curtailed around 1 gigawatt of solar. So you can see that you will need some storage. You need to have, as Eranga very correctly said, some way of controlling. But I think for that, CEB has to be blamed. The CEB doesn't have a proper connection code for these renewable energy. That is still, they are using their old connection code, which is not suitable for today. That should have been changed 10 years ago, which has not done. So there are things we need to be considered to operate a system with high penetration of renewables. And for that, we need to have proper legislation as well. Another very good example for centralized energy storage is this power plant in Japan. My Japanese is not good. I call this Rikasho, maybe completely different name. But what it has is, it's a 51 megawatt of wind with 34 megawatt of national sodium sulfur batteries. So 2/3 of equivalent batteries are there. So you can see that the blue one is the dispatch order sent by the national grid or the system operator. And you can charge and discharge your battery to exactly match what is the system want. But remember, with large amount of renewables. So making a renewable power plant is dispatchable is a crime. We can do it, but as very correctly pointed out by Parakrama, you and I have to pay for that. It's not coming summa. You have it's money. So you have to be very careful. Now, the batteries are very good. Now, these Tesla batteries in South Australia can do a very good frequency responses. So whenever there is a frequency change, they can easily charge or discharge and provide or absorb energy to make the system frequency stabilized. But why not consider decentralized solutions? That is where like many countries are talking about empowering consumers. That is one of the key things which can get with very little capital. Now, I was told that this morning, Audi got 100 electric vehicles. Each is 0.8 billion rupees. Each is 0.8 billion rupees, all 100 gone. Okay? So our people have lots of money. So lots of electric vehicles will come. And remember, EU has a directive by, I can't remember the year, they can't have any IC engines on their systems after 2030 or somewhere. And when that happens, lots of the manufacturers of electric vehicles will slowly bring down their IC engine cars. And the electric vehicles will multiply because the prices will come down and people will buy more and more electric vehicles. And that is a very good energy storage. But if we don't have the legislations in place right now, we will start complaining no electric vehicles. They are charging in times where the electricity is very, demand is very high, by then burdening our distribution networks. So we must stop. Now, that's not what we should be doing. We should be making use of what this says. EV battery capacity in the world is projected, is the projected vehicle to grid capacity. That is the discharging the energy starting, and the end of life battery banks is expected to outstrip grid demand by 2050. So we are going to have enough energy storage. But utilizing that needs a few things. I will come back to that in a minute, but that has to be, we need to capitalize on those. We need to capitalize, not just putting centralized storage only. And Australia has already brought their standards. They changed their standards to allowing V2G charging. So the V2G means vehicle to grid. Whenever grid wants, you give energy to the grid. But as I said, we need to have this in our legislations or the whatever the CB, I don't know the right word, Damita may tell the right word for that. Whatever it is, should be there, the standard. So whatever it is, should be there. So currently in Australia, there are only three vehicles can do V2G, and still they have got the standards in place for people to sell energy to the grid whenever required. That's a very important ingredient to run a system with large penetration of renewables. But that needs one more thing. The visibility or the connectivity going all the way to houses. That is where the smart meters comes in. The smart meters should be installed through data concentrators. They will send whatever information to DSO. Now, the reason, some of you might know that UK had DNO, Distribution Network Operator. And they realized that transmission system operator and the distribution network operator will never work with renewables. So they change to distributed system operator. Remember, smaller the system, easy to manage. We tried the big thing, very hard to manage. And they realized that DNOs are no good, and every DNO today in UK are DSOs. They manage the system in smaller chunks. Then the communication is easy, visibility is better, and you can look at each house. How much energy storage are there in their batteries? How much they can spare? Remember, now these AI tools are there. They can tell exactly how excess energy is there in that house. So it's all there. But we need to have that system. Unfortunately, I know that there are some systems, smart metering systems installed in our country. Even you can't get the data from them. Okay, I mean, I have 100 examples to tell, but I don't want to go into the details. So we need to get them involved in the process. Otherwise, you cannot get the people involved in this process. So CEB should know what the people are doing, but not the CEB, big CEBs, the baby CEBs. because we cannot run the system like a big thingy. You have to run the system in smaller chunks. Then it is more economical, more stable, and secure. And the PV can do the frequency support. This is what is coming from distribution PV in Australia. In 25th August 2018, there was a frequency change and the PV is automatically changing there. Nobody is there. So these things are facilitated by, this is from South Australia. They have what we call the virtual power plant. These are all consumers get together as a group and dealing with the CEB. So consumer empowerment is very important. So they have 90 Tesla batteries in houses, different houses. 10 Samsung batteries, new and existing solar, 4 kilowatt average, and local reposite controllers via customer internet aggregator virtual power plant. So this is what they are showing. The frequency drops. One site changes its the power by a kilowatts, but the entire total of those consumer cluster for the virtual power plant is in megawatt. So that is what we have to look for in the future. Then network issues. Very clear problem. The networks voltages will start rising due to what we call the reverse power flow. This is a feeder in Germany. Around early morning, voltage was 1.02, and the feeder takes power from the grid. And as the day, when the solar picks up, the power taken from the grid will become zero somewhere around 10 a.m. and voltages has gone up a little bit. But after that, the power start going other way around from homes to the grid, which is happening in Sri Lanka in some places, and you can see the voltages has gone up. But remember, that dip is due to a cloud cover, which unless you have the visibility, you don't have any idea. So we need to have that kind of a smart metering network. Now for this one, of course, the solution is, this is another picture from South Australia where you can see the times where the voltages were above the statutory limit due to the reverse power flow. So the solution is there in the solar inverter. Yaranga was talking about STATCOM. Every solar inverter is a STATCOM, but we need to use it as a STATCOM. Remember, there are lots of time, there are excess capacity in these solar inverters which can be used. Now, of course, this is the STATCOM, right? The latest IEEE 1547/2018 specifically demand that STATCOM operation from solar. But remember, none of our solar inverters have that facility because we never asked for that. Remember, whoever bringing solar inverters to the country is bounded by whatever the legislation in place. And we don't have a legislation for asking the reactive power from these inverters. If we don't ask them, they will bring the cheapest possible inverter to the country. Every inverter, even all the inverters that are there, have this facility. Only thing is, the manufacturers don't activate that function unless you pay a license fee. So it's just a matter of getting it activated. So all I'm trying to say is there are lots of distribution controls available for us. While we need centralized controls, centralized energy storage, but we need to utilize the distribution systems, distribution controls, distribution energy storage, whatever it is, to get our system going with cheapest possible cost. Now, remember, UK was operating initially with the reserve policy is the whatever the uncertainty on demand, which is 3 sigma of demand, plus whatever the uncertainty of renewable energy, plus the largest generator operating in their system. That was the amount of reserve they were maintaining. But then they realized that the largest generator becomes 1.2 gigawatt. Then the more and more renewables came, that uncertainty increases, and maintaining that, I could remember we did some studies, we published some studies for the UK system, and we need by according to the study which I have done a long time ago, 2025, the UK system need 9 gigawatt of reserve, which is going to be a tremendous expenses for the national grid. So what they are planning is, no, we don't want to maintain that kind of reserve. Instead, we will use the demand side management measures. So they have lots and lots of demand side management measures and reduce the system response required. I will skip this. And the blackouts, let me start with this one. This is the blackout on 9th February 2025. Anybody knows that for voltage fluctuation, for frequency fluctuation, for the grid outages, these inverters will get out from the system. That's a known fact. So managing a system with a known fact is easy. What is difficult is the blackout like this. This is a South Australian blackout on 28 September 2016. This happened due to consecutive 3 lightning strikes on their power lines. The very first lightning strike, you can see that the blue one is one type of wind turbines. They managed, their output came down, but after the line was cleared by the protection, the power came back to the normal value. That is called fault right-through capability. So that happened first time, that happened second time, but not the third time. Some already collapsed at the first time. Okay. Now, of course, they have gone into details to understand why it didn't happen and finally found that they are not very different to our engineers. These wind turbines were installed by some company. They had a default setting of 2 and it was never checked. And third time it all failed. Now, of course, then if you look at the South Australian grid code, it talks about 9 fault right-through capabilities under different conditions. So they changed but this is never they thought that 3 consecutive lightnings happened within that very short period of time. That's a, like very difficult one to, and this is a most difficult one, which UK managed to go down and find out. There was this London blackout on 9th August. We talk about all island blackout. They only talk about, blackout in a specific area. And this one has created by a wind farm very far from London, which is called the Hornsrew Wind Farm. And that particular the scenario was not ever new. That was a research topic called subsynchronized resonances in the controllers, which nobody has ever experienced that. So these are difficult ones to handle. But somehow we need to be very careful not to go into that kind of things, but to somehow very quickly get out from these kind of things. Simple known things. Right. Of course, one good thing they have, this the UK. UK has a very detailed model they can study every single incident. Unfortunately, we don't have a good model. We have been trying, but not yet. I don't know whether it's there, but I'm 100% sure it's not there. We don't have a very detailed for these models. You can see that even the wind farm controllers are modeled to very details inside the big UK network model. The non-technical barrier is a very simple barrier. There is a paradigm shift. What we have used to do, we stock a resource. It could be coal, it could be water, it could be diesel, and use it whenever required to meet the demand. This is what I've been doing. But now we can't stock the resource. Resource is driven by the God. So there's no way we can store. Only way we can do is store the electricity, electrons, and use them whenever we. Now this is the cost. So if you don't do it properly, the key is the demand side management. That is the first thing. Second is the smart grid operation with 1 hour dispatch. And the third is the grid support by large renewable energy sources. If you don't do that, we cannot run this system. I'm going a little fast. I think I'm almost hitting the boundaries. So the smart grid is the solution. We can, this is kind of the ultimate solution. You can introduce power electronics, or you can introduce the renewable energy and storage, sensors, ICT layer, distribution automation, and modern control system, all put together and run the system. That will be the kind of the ultimate goal. But if you wanted to have these carbonized network by 2050, definitely you will need this kind of infrastructure. Of course, there are lots of things happening in the world, which I'm not going to skip, but this is important. The ICT infrastructure should look at every single entity if we are going to use these decentralized control approaches. So in conclusion, let me just talk about this diagram. There is an energy trilemma. You can achieve the decarbonization, but of course, with achieving it with little money, will have an effect on the reliability. If we wanted to achieve the reliable system with less money, then decarbonization is not possible. So that trilemma is there. So we need to be careful. We need to consider how to use decentralized approaches like controlling PV, using EV as a distributed energy storage, not as where Parakram very correctly said. It could be EV, it could be any batteries behind the meter, whatever. That is one solution versus there could be a solution, the central solution. So we need to be very carefully analyze these and come up with the best. But whatever we do, smart metering infrastructure should be in place. Otherwise, we cannot have a flexible power system in place. I think with that, I will leave there.
We appreciate very much the emphases that were brought in also by Professor Eknayaga. Now, we move very quickly forward in our program as we need to. Our next speaker is joining us remotely. So he's based at the moment in Köln in Germany, and that's Johannes Steingass. And Johannes is a specialist in a particular area, and we will learn more about it as he delivers his presentation. His bachelor's degree is in mechanical engineering, and his master's degree is in electrical engineering. And he serves as a research assistant with the Rheinische Hochschule in Germany's Cologne or Köln. Now, the theme is very interesting. Sustainable energy, which of course is the reason why we are gathered here today. Sustainable energy supply for municipalities in Sri Lanka. A model project for a mission. And the mission is free energy generation, storage, and specialist training. We heard about some of this when our sponsors spoke. So free energy generation, storage, and specialist training. So this is what Johannes will be dealing with. And we invite him now to begin from his location in Köln.
Yes, thank you for the invitation and greetings from Germany. I quickly will set up my presentation. So I'm also a bit sick today, so I'll probably cough a few times, but I hope it doesn't bother you. So I'm a research assistant at the Rheinische Hochschule in Cologne, and right now we are searching for a new scientific research project, and therefore I came up with an idea, which is as already mentioned, the sustainable energy supply for municipalities in Sri Lanka, a model project for emission-free energy generation, storage, and specialist training. So let's jump right in. So first, I'd like to introduce you to my team also. We have 3 professors and 4 research assistants in our team. So starting off with Professor Buga Turan. He's an expert in sensors, actuators, and mechatronics, and also in machine learning. He has a lot of project experience in the photovoltaic system and battery management, and also in the photoelectrochemical water splitting, where he won several prizes. Moving on, we have Professor Dr. Sebastian Schiban. He's a specialist in the energy and process engineering part, and also in the conceptual design and system analysis of plants. And also he worked as a postdoc in the Scientific Research Center in Jülich on hydrogen and electrolysis topics, and also on chemical and power plant processes. And the last professor in our team is Professor Dr. Jörg Lampe. I'm getting yes, hello. So let's move forward. I hope now that you see my screen. I was talking about Professor Dr. Jörg Lampe. He has a lot of project experience in the solar hydrogen production and also in the simulation field with multi-physics system and energy systems. Now come to our research assistants. We have Christopher Wett, who is an expert in battery technology and modeling and also in machine learning. Then in Richard Heinzen, he's an expert in communication and electrical engineering, and also in planning and electrical expertise. Donia Momont is a chemist and has a lot of experience in schooling people and also in the process engineering and process technology. And now to myself, my name is Johannes Steingers, and I have a lot of expertise in the hydrogen system and especially in the simulation, also in security expertise of the system, because hydrogen is a very flammable gas. Therefore, we need a lot of security measurements also and things to get all these things safe. And also in the process engineering part, I take a big role here at our university. So first of all, I'd like to give a quick introduction in our last research project, which was a hydrogen test laboratory at RH Cologne. So here in this picture, we can see the PV system installed on our roof. It's around about 15 kilowatts. And also we can see the inverter from SMR. And also you can see on this picture here the inverter for the batteries. So therefore we can use the batteries as a storage option, also charge from the PV system or charge from the grid and also discharge to the grid. Therefore we need these inverters. We have around about 9.6 kilowatts hours of storage options here with the batteries. And on the right hand side, you can see our hydrogen part of the laboratorium. On the bottom top right-hand side, you can see the forced exhaust air and the H2 sensors. So if there is a leakage of hydrogen, hydrogen is a very light gas. So if there is a leakage, it goes up. So if this is the case, we have this forced exhaust air that there can be an explosion. And moving on, in this picture, it was still in the building. Now everything is there. We have a 1 kilowatt PEM fuel cell for the reconversion of the hydrogen into electricity. We have the water supply for the electrolysis. And in our laboratory, we use an IM electrolysis with 2.4 kilowatts. And because of that, the hydrogen is contaminated with water, and therefore we need to dry that to get a very clean hydrogen, and therefore we need the drying. And yes. Moving forward, we have also storage containers of hydrogen outside on our campus. We can see on the pictures on the left-hand side and in the middle. Oh, I get a call again. Yes. Sorry. So as I mentioned before, here's our system. We have the PV system with 15 kilowatts, the inverter for the PV system, the inverter for the batteries, the battery storage. And on the right-hand side, we have the H2 sensor with the forced exhaust air, and also the fuel cell here, as you can see, and the water supply for electrolysis, the IM electrolyzer with 2.4 kilowatts, and also the dryer. So moving on, as I already mentioned, we have a storage container of 3 cylindric storage containers with 50 liters capacity. And here goes the piping, as you can see on the left side and in the middle picture, from the piping from the laboratory to the tank, which sits at our campus outside due to safety reasons. And there is our storage. So for this hydrogen test laboratory, we also need a control station. Right now we're using control technology based on Beckhoff. And this is needed because we want to read measurement data and get a lot of measurement data for analysis, for analyze all these systems. We also like to set certain operating parameters, for example, examine the polarization curve of the electrolytes in the fuel cell, or also discharge batteries with a certain current to also see how maybe the OCV voltage affects it and everything else. And also later on also develop aging algorithm for all these technologies. Moving on, we are using Grafana for the visualization and InfluxDB for all the database database connections. And in the end, all the measurements should be open sourced at our local website at Rheinische Hochschule Cologne. So now let's come to our new research project, which I basically developed. So it first started when I visited Sri Lanka last year for around about 6 weeks. And I realized several power cuts and also spoke with a lot of people that they have issues with the power and everything, with the constant, that there's no constant power at some point, and they basically need it for like the industry and also for the households. And therefore, an idea sparked in me. And so this project generated in my head. And basically this project aims to make a specific municipality in Sri Lanka energy self-sufficient by using emission-free energy generation, such as photovoltaic systems, or also wind power or biogas. It's in combination with electrolysis, speaking also in hydrogen as a storage option, and also batteries, of course. So here on the right-hand side in this picture, you can see is the left-hand side is the renewable energy generation. Then we move forward to the hydrogen production, storage, and reconversion via fuel cell. This is should mainly be used for long-term energy storage or carbon neutral or carbon-free energy storage. Also, if there is maybe a power cut, the system can go easily back up and reconvert the hydrogen into electricity. For the shorter-term option, the battery storage is more useful and also way cheaper And also we want to use smart grid technologies to support all that, so that the consumers the industry and the households can have a stable energy system. What we also want to do is use the solar thermal energy also to generate heat and also to storage that, also mainly for the consumers and the households. So what is basically the aim? The aim is to reduce the dependence on unreliable energy supplies and to promote an economic and social development and protect the environment. While we want to build all these systems, we like to support education programs and also have the community participation in the planning phase, and also later on, I will talk a bit more about that, also in the maintenance phase, that all these local people in this certain municipality get to know these systems and know how to work with them. In order to foster sustainable economic growth in this municipality and also in Sri Lanka, and also to support more and more international corporations, also maybe with bigger firms. So herefore, I brainstormed 6 work packages, and I'd like to present these to you. So starting off, we like to start with a feasibility study and a planning phase. So first off, we like to analyze a certain site or a certain municipality and evaluate them, or maybe not even just one, but maybe 3 or 4, and then pick the best of them. Therefore, we like to analyze the weather and environmental condition. We like to do a lot of simulations and see which types of energy and renewable energy would make a lot of sense in this case, and like to economically evaluate these system and these storage options as well. As already mentioned, we also like to analyze extension options like wind energy and biomass energy, and also biogas, but this would be also firstly be only analyzed, not basically in the planning phase, but this would be for future maybe applications or maybe future projects, because I think right now we have also very lot to do if we want to do this project. And also we like to evaluate the ecological and economic and social impact that these energy systems would have. So moving on to the second work package, we have the technology implementation and infrastructure. So we want to install the PV systems for the emission-free energy generation, also the solar hot water system. We like to install hydrogen and battery storage system for the security of supply, and also like to install smart grid technologies for optimized energy management, which is very important to us. Therefore, we also need local partners, for example, for the installation of the PV systems, but also partners here in Germany for the whole hydrogen systems. Yes. Moving forward to the training and knowledge transfer part. So as I already mentioned, we also like to combine a bit, like we also like to do a bit like a strategy. The one part is more the engineering side, other side is more the social side. So we like to establish training programs for skilled personnel, because we heard from a lot of projects that are a bit closely related, that these systems run for a certain while, but as we all know, these plants need maintenance, and it would be very sad that after a certain time, these systems can't be maintained due to the lack of knowledge. So therefore, we like to school a lot of people with all these systems, and also that they can do the maintenance afterwards to have like a long running system that works from, I hope, a lot of years. Also, like we like to promote the participation of women in technical professions, which is very important to us, and which is always in technical professions, women are very, there are a lot of women, and it should be equal to us. And also we like to develop educational programs for schools and universities concerning these energy topics, and also you can do maybe some experiments with these plants and everything. And what is also important is to foster the international cooperation and knowledge transfer. And also we like to create guidelines for the replicability of the project, so that we can basically do this several times in maybe more and more municipalities, that we create certain guidelines that are very important in these project steps. The fourth work package is the social integration and acceptance. So we like to involve the local population, as we mentioned in the planning and implementation phase. We like to do information campaigns on the climate protection and energy independence, why it is so important, and get this information also to the local people. And we also like, of course, to improve the quality of life through a stable energy supply, and also promote jobs and economic development in these certain municipalities. And yeah, moving on to the next work package. This is more on our part, more I guess the scientific part, but we also really like to work with universities together. It's the part monitoring, resilience, and optimization. So for the system, we like to develop a monitoring system for the energy production and use to basically almost the same that we did in our laboratorium, just in a bigger dimension. Also, we like to collect data on aging processes and overall efficiencies. That's especially interesting for me because I want to analyze certain machine learning algorithm based on the aging processing of the electrolysis. And this is also very interesting because of the weather condition in Sri Lanka, because it's tend to be way warmer and humidity is way higher. So therefore, it would be really interesting to gather all these data on the aging on the whole system, but also on electrolysis, on the fuel cell and everything, to gain a knowledge on how long these systems will run and how well they run. Another big part is to ensure the system robustness against extreme weather condition, because Sri Lanka has a lot of extreme weather, and therefore this whole plan should be installed that there is basically no chance that the system gets destroyed. And then moving on to the next part, it's also very important for us to develop kind of like an emergency supply system, energy-based. So therefore that we develop an algorithm that's kind of like sorts out which certain infrastructures need energy in a case of like a tsunami again, for example. That, for example, the phones are still working and everything, so that these in a certain area, people are getting a quick help and everything. So moving on to the last work package, it's the political and legal framework conditions. So we like to cooperate with local authorities and also for conductive regulations, and also maybe make regulations that should help the energy transition also in Sri Lanka. And we also like to develop recommendation for the energy transition in Sri Lanka, especially talking about hydrogen, because I think it's not a very easy topic and it makes just sense in certain operations. And also we like to work with international partners. For example, talk to BASF and Bayer, and they're also active in Sri Lanka. And these would be the perfect partner for this project. So to sum up, what are the project objectives? So we like to make energy independence of a certain municipality in Sri Lanka, and like to get them basically independent, that they have always a constant supply of energy. We like to contribute to climate protection and emission-free energy production, and also make this whole project replicable. And what's also a very, very important topic is to develop local expertise and creation of jobs within the municipalities, especially what could be very interesting also for all these hydrogen systems, but also battery storage systems, to drive the knowledge forward, to make maybe also Sri Lanka one of the very big hydrogen production countries, which we basically need in Germany because we don't have such good weather as in Sri Lanka. So we need hydrogen import as a long, as like a buffer for energy shortages here in Germany. And as already mentioned, we like to establish a transferable model for sustainable energy supply in developing countries. So what are we basically looking for? We are at the start of our project. So we're searching for partners, and we're searching for local universities that want to work with us, that want to develop such a system with us. We also want local installation companies to work with us to help us with all the installation of the renewable energy systems. And yeah, and even more. And what's also very important for us is to have maybe a person to talk about local governmental institutions of regulations import, because in other projects we heard that this is always not a very easy topic. They had issues, for example, in Thailand with the import of the hydrogen systems, because you also need certain regulations for the system that they don't get into a certain position, otherwise the system will get damaged. And moving on, in total, we want to have a few contacts with several municipalities that would be interested in such a scientific project, or in general in such a project. And therefore, we're also seeking out to everybody who wants to have a partnership with us for scientific projects. And also maybe educational programs that are already existent that we can maybe help with develop, or get a bit more information in these systems. And that's what we are right now looking for, and that's what we want to foster. So yes, that was it for my presentation. I'd love to hear your thoughts and explore collaboration and opportunities with you. Thank you for me being here and presenting our new research project. And yes, if you want to contact me, you can contact me through my email address from the Rheinische Hochschule Cologne. And yes, that's for me. Thank you.
Process where the Ceylon Electricity Board will tender the power plants which are in the generation. Investor can participate in the bid. So through the tendering process, we discover the price for these projects. So in that, the investor can factor in their returns while competing with the other parties.
Thank you. I think you had answered it very, very detailed. I should have started with a different comment. The discussions today have made me very happy, because it looks the Sri Lanka is moving positively on the renewable energy. That's a good sign, because we heard from senior people in the industry, in the state sector. So I think we should be happy that we are moving on the right direction. So I have another question for Mr. Damit. Do you have any figures about how much percentage of the Sri Lankan population have access to electricity?
Actually, access to electricity is almost 100%. But there are a very limited number of people who have not yet taken the connection. So we generally measure it in the accessibility where the network has gone to all these parts of the country, unlike 15 years ago.
Thank you. Now I have a question for Engineer Uranga. With USA getting out of the Paris Agreement, is there an effect on Sri Lanka with regard to renewable energy development?
I mean, the Paris Agreement recently, the president opt out, right? So I don't think so. We are going ahead with our emission targets. So we have our international commitments. So there is no impact, I think. So we're going ahead with our committed targets. We always report our progress.
Okay, so that's good news again. And one more question to Engineer Ranga. Maybe I didn't follow. Have we found out, or are we also in the process of using, we have sea right around the country, the sea wave, using the sea wave to generate renewable energy?
Actually, those are, I think still not the mature technology for Sri Lanka. Actually, we have enough potential in other sources, right? So which we can solar and wind. We always talk pilot scale. I think Sustainable Energy Authority can start something. The Sustainable Energy officers are here. So first we will go with some pilot scale. One will see the viability of the project, and then we can accommodate in if it is viable only to the plans.
Because why I asked that question is because that's a natural thing that is given to us. We have right round sea of the country.
You should have
small
some
country with a huge sea frontage. Okay, that's fine. Now I have a question to Mr. Parakrama. Yeah. Engineer Parakrama, I want to verify what is the best mix that we should have on renewable energy. When you say, when I mix solar, then wind power, bio, all that. What is the best mix in the context of Sri Lankan context that we should have?
I think that mix would come when you consider the 4 A's that Namita talked about. But in Sri Lanka, I always continue to say we are so fortunate. We have so much of hydro, major hydro. So this given already. You see, we are already there. So then, of course, then we have to go on looking at other sources. Like, for instance, you also mentioned wave energy. But during the recent couple of years, I must say, it has emerged so much that solar and wind is a massive resource. And it's something that we can harness very easily, particularly solar. And also in that respect, you see, I mean, you must always go for what is called the low-hanging fruit. So and here we are in a dire situation, want to be able to non-dependent on fossil fuel. So you must keep that as your primary target and go for the easiest one that do that. In that respect, although a certain amount of work have been done on the wave energy and all that, our efforts must be now focused on things that we can get done quickly and reach our comfort zone. Then I don't mind going for research on the other these things. So that way, if you talk about the mix right now, I would say about major hydro with mini hydro, perhaps. I think maybe about 35% would be there, right? Then, of course, there'll be wind also might be about similar this thing. Then solar and I would like to see Dendro coming in with a reasonable percentage, not a lot of it. You see, reasonable percentage because it has so great value going way beyond just energy. The value of, energy plantation, usually, particularly things like Grisidia, is only about 20-25% for the energy side of it. Much more is from various other aspects of social benefits and, agriculture, fertilizer, environment, all that sort of thing. Therefore, it must receive a much higher percentage, which actually, fortunately for us, certain barriers that were there have been removed now. Door is wide open for that one, of course, but it's not something like putting a 5 kilowatt system on your roof. You see, we have to work at a reasonable level, something like, say, 2-3 megawatts at least. So considerable amount of money. So how to generate that money is an issue, right? But if you do that one, the benefits are far greater than anything else, because you are talking about not just getting a certain amount of energy, a lot more. So mix in that respect would be that kind of thing. It will emerge, actually. Hydro is given, mini hydro is given, and also there are reasonable amount of mini hydro also that can come in if you iron out some of these environmental issues and all that. But definitely solar is there. Start with rooftop and certain amount of ground mounted, and definitely some floating solar, because that will take away a lot of the problems of access to land and all that sort of thing. Then, of course, certain amount of wind. Wind, unfortunately, is again not something you can do very, very small. You are talking about at least now it will be about 3 megawatt. That's the minimum kind of thing. It might even go more. In fact, I have a fond idea of somebody coming up with smaller wind plants so that you can have wind plant on your roof also. You see, that's the kind of mixture that will emerge, I think.
Thank you very much. Now I have a question for Professor Janaka. Do you think that we should have 100% storage of renewable energy and also control center, whether it should be a central control center or broken it into pieces? Now, this gentleman from Germany was talking about the municipalities, but we don't have a system like that. CEB has its sections or whatever. So, in your opinion, what is the best? Do we need to have 100% storage of renewable energy? And also, how do we control it? Holistically or in sections?
When you say 100% renewables, when it comes to the system side, it's more like whether we have right mixture of asynchronized generators plus synchronized generators, because the system will need some base generation to maintain the stability and certain security measures. Now that base can definitely, when you say the synchronized machines, that can be like dendro, that can be nuclear. They are synchronized machines, so they can be directly connected to the system and keep the kind of a balance in there. But then on top of that, we will need lots, all these asynchronized generators that are the solar, wind, as you were telling, maybe not the wave, but tidal. Tidal is a small wind turbine inside the water. All kind of things can come on top of that. Then we can run the system with 100% renewables, or I would say 100% decarbonized energy sources.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just as a question, I don't know, one of you all can answer. Is there an issue with rooftop solar systems as a country in Sri Lanka? Because there are a lot of people, as I think the data was given, there are a lot of solar roofs installed. Is there an issue on this, or it can be resolved, or there is no issue?
Because I have the microphone, let me answer first. I mean, obviously, there's no issue. It's just a matter of managing them. The management is the issue. Like if you let them to come in without having proper standard in place, this is like, we started the private buses without having the regulations for running the private buses. And when the private buses become a nuisance, we put the regulation in place. So I think we should do it the correct way. And once it is done in correct way, nothing will have, there won't be a big issue.
I think you answered the question very well. There are some questions that has come from the... What? Yeah, Eranda, you want to add anything to that?
So I think rooftop solar, I think we need to have this from utility point of view, renewable energy control center early as possible. And we need to have the visibility as well as the controllability of rooftop solar as well, in order to have the stability and the reliability. Those things from the point of view of utility, we have to make sure that there is no limitation of rooftop solar will keep on adding. It is there in the power long-term plans also, but we have to have those visibility and controllability.
Just one question. Now, I know in India, somebody is building up a big factory complex, they have to do a solar plant somewhere else. And that capacity, the capacity they required for the running of the factory, they have to make renewable energy in some other location and connect with the grid. And then they get the power connection, not otherwise. So is there a system like that in Sri Lanka?
I think Mr. David.
No, actually, the existing Electricity Act, actually there are two acts now, the 2009 Act and the 2024 Act, but 2024 Act, though enacted, is not fully operational. Under 2009 Act, you're talking about wheeling, that you generate in one place and you consume it in another place. So the wheeling is not allowed, because we have a single buyer model where everyone should sell to the transmission license. The moment you sell it to the transmission license, it becomes a separate plant. It is not connected with the user. But with the new act, this wheeling is allowed with the markets. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So there are some questions from our Zoom participants. There is somebody, Mr. Vasanta Dias, Vasanta, is asking, is the Adani wind power project cancelled? I don't know who is going to answer it. We don't know. You know what it was. Yeah. Then there's a question from one Mr. Ruan Bolongo. Is the present era most people have some knowledge about wind and solar energy? However, in this seminar, while nuclear, green hydrogen and biomass energy were mentioned, there was little explanation on how to harness these energy sources. What actions has the government taken to develop and utilize them? Anybody?
Sorry, I don't want to even talk about nuclear. There's no need, right? But when it comes to dendro power, it is already on ground. We have about 50 megawatts already installed and grid connected. Technologies are there, knowledge is there. Unfortunately, I don't want to go through into detail. There's a 5-year, what do you call, hiatus, where you are not allowed to do. Unfortunately, that problem is not, that is wide open for anyone to do it. Right now, what is required is certain amount of approval procedures there, which takes rather long time through the CA. But if you do that one, it's a good business, good tariff is be paid. If you can find the money, it's a good business to be in. There are no issue at all. And there are no restrictions as such. It's just that these procedures are so cumbersome, unfortunately, but then they can be overcome. People have done that. CEB can be a little more helpful in allowing grid connections. You see, they are more helpful in allowing the grid connection. There are projects, I know there are 2-3 projects already. People are waiting to get the grid connection. They will do that. But it's something that is wide open for anybody to do it.
Just one more question from the, this is from one Mr. Teshan Dilanka. This is, I think, to the CEB. What is your forecast on the rates offered by CEB to its customers for exported units from solar generation? A very clear question. What is your forecast on the rates offered by CEB to its customers for exported units from solar generation?
I mean, about the rooftop tariff, I think. No, I think I think it is under the discussions of management. I don't have any idea about what the prices at this moment. So it is under the discussion of the higher management.
Okay, right. Thank you. Now there was a question from the audience.
Let me
tell your name first and then.
Yes, my question is very simple. This was done in October 2021. Professor Chanak has very clearly mentioned, he and I both know, and I'm sure everybody else in the professional field of electricity knows, though you as an architect and rest as civil engineers may not. If it's 10 years old, what is our grid still doing in 2025? Not having incorporated it, not even having generated a plan to incorporate the concept of a smart grid after a cabinet decision and a directive in 2021. How come we still have two generation plans, 2021 to 42 and 2023 to 44, still comprising of LNG? And the second sub-question, particularly from the electricity board, who exactly designated LNG as a clean energy? What academic or engineering basis do you have to do that? When the cabinet decision very clearly directs you 70% by renewable energy by 2030, by 2050, 0% emissions. Thank you.
So actually, we'll go like this. Now we are in 2025.
Just one second.
Yeah.
You didn't mention your name. Arjun, thank you.
So we have plans prepared. We are going ahead with the plans. I think we had some funding issues and many problems with the implementations. I think hopefully we can solve this thing and go forward. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you.
Just
Any
one
other-
thing can I add now. Actually, now the 70% renewable energy, Arjun was talking about 80%, but the 70% target is now in policy very clearly. So the CB is preparing the next plan, or I think the previous plan also has 70% renewable energy, but you are talking about LNG and other resources, other sources are also there. So one thing is that when you say 70%, it's just not a cap, but it's a flow. You can go beyond that. There's no limitation imposed on that. The one thing that I couldn't mention in my speech is that the renewables brings in another very needed and important aspects of pricing into the table. That is the price stability, which is as important as the price. Now the problem is the more fossil fuels you have in the system, the price volatility becomes very high. Now see what has happened in 2022, what is happening now. So dollar can fluctuate, the international market prices can fluctuate. So all those things will happen directly and instantaneously to our costs. So that will be a very volatile pricing mechanism when more and more fossil fuels are there. So the renewables are providing us with a good platform for stabilizing the prices. Not only low prices, but stabilizing the prices.
Thank you.
It's also a fossil fuel.
LNG is a fossil fuel, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other from the?
My name is Minula Pullaperuma. I just have a question, and thank you for offering me the chance to ask this question. Now, since 2016, so many solar panels came to Sri Lanka, and now last year it was boomed, and so many shipments came to Sri Lanka. Now, is there any policy in Sri Lanka to decommissioning the sites, or what is the dismantling process? And we know exactly the next shipment should be the batteries within 8 or 10 months. So is there any recycling process already discussed in no decommissioning report? I will be glad if you could give an answer.
No, actually, this decommissioning aspect has not been discussed much to my knowledge, but the Environmental Ministry had some discussions early on these things, but not in full scale as I know. That's the only thing I see. The other thing is that when you look at rooftop, actually it exceeded all the assumptions and plans which we have done. So last year alone, it's about 600 megawatts that came in. If you look at the 2023 plan, which Ranga showed, we were looking at about 1,045 by 2030 or somewhere. But today we have 1,250, out of which 600 was last year. So that's the rate this has been developed. So we can't stop that. We have to embrace that with the solutions as Professor Ekanayaka suggested.
The number you just quoted is kind of like misdirectional because this is peak production. Your 1,500 or 1,250 is at peak. It's not the gigawatt hours added to the grid. And I think consistently the public has never heard in terms of gigawatt hours annually added to the grid, what the mix will be from renewables and solar. And why this fixation on only rooftop? Is that the only place we can do solar? We have about 750,000 acres of water bodies in Sri Lanka. 350,000 in all the major lagoons and the Mahaveli system alone. Forget the rivers. We can install more than 115,000 gigawatt hours of energy annually. The CEB hasn't even gone in that direction. All the mega solar the CEB is trying to do is in the middle of nowhere. I have to talk about this, what do you call this, Madavachi Kilinochi kind of business, right? The Mahaveli system is there. No, we have to go into some unheard of location in Sri Lanka, then huff and puff and saying there is no interconnectivity, line transmission and right-of-way problems. When Victoria has a 210 megawatt transformer and a water body that is gigantic, all you have to do is to put the floating solar and plug it to that hydroelectric transformer. What is this deception all about?
Okay, is there any other question?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is this question to Professor Ekanayake. I know that you were sometime maybe a student, now the minister Peradini from Mr. Kumar from Peradini University. Then why we can't understand that why we are promoting, why not we are promoting electric cars? That is, so we can always trying to import fuel cars, the vehicles. That so when we are thinking about the zero carbon emission, but government also giving the more trying to bring vehicle petrol and fuel vehicles. And why we are not giving some concessionaries and or tax reductions to enhance the bringing electric cars, that we can why we can't more allowed to install hybrid charging station with power in the solar power and all the things. That these are the things that we have to introduce to the people. The earlier that research assistant said that clearly said that so we can do this one municipal wise and or other rural wise, that they can give a chance to bring an electric vehicle, and so we can come to in the 2050 zero emission carbon.
Sorry. I mean, there are two things here. Obviously, we have to promote electric vehicle, no question. But as I said before, we should also have the right legislations or standard in place. Now, coming back to the solar, I don't have any connection with the ministry or anything. This was something I heard in the news that they are trying to curtail the solar production in certain times of the day. Now, how are we going to do that? We don't have any access to rooftop solar. So how are we going to do that? We are talking about massive penetration of rooftop solar. Nobody can touch it because as far as sun is there, it's there. The same thing will happen if we are going to bring EV without right legislation in place. So what we need is, the first thing is we need to get that visibility. For that, we need the smart metering infrastructure. Now the CEB engineers, a group of engineers produce smart meters locally, and installed 400 meters in CB system, and it was now abandoned by CB. Okay. Now, like, this is their own baby, they have abandoned it. So this putting up smart meters on the system is, they have proved that it's a trivial thing. If they, not anybody else. Now, so that has to be first. Then we need to say that, anybody can understand this. At 12 noon, you have lots and lots of solar. So we need to do something. At same time, if you are going to bring more and more vehicles and everybody is charging them at home after coming from work, we will have a massive peak at the night. So for that, we need to use some price signals or incentive schemes to make sure that they charge during the off-peak hours. Now, that cannot be done if you don't have smart meters. So I think blankly bringing smart meters or bringing more and more solar is not going to solve this problem. One day somebody asked me, why can't we go for a smart grid? Now remember, the smart grid is a broader term for several technologies. The first thing is we should have a roadmap for that technology, which can come in 2050, but little things can be started, and that roadmap is not there. So I think there are a lot more things to be done before we talk about increase in the penetration of 100% renewables, so lots and lots of EVs. And I mean, the report that was that I told, which was went into the bin, had lots of recommendations for this. Unfortunately, I don't want to bring that report out anyway. It's now in the bin, so it's something that has not taken up by the, and with that discouragement, I was kind of keeping away from the energy industry, so the power industry. I was partly involved with PUCSL at a brief time. Again, it was a bit of disappointment, not because of Damita, but there was a bit of a disappointment, so I get away with that also. But I think there are a lot more we need to plan and do.
Thank you so much. There is only one more question can be asked. The time has passed, so Nisanka, yes.
I am engineer Nisanka Wijeratna. I read on a proposal to have a 600 megawatt pump storage plant in Mahaweli system. To my knowledge, the biggest Mahaweli hydro plant is 210 megawatts, that is Victoria. Then how do you plan to connect these 600 megawatts to the system?
I think I should answer it. Now, pump hydro, it's not Mahaweli system, it's actually Maha Oya. Maha Oya, it's in the Kagala, Aranayak area. There are 2 ponds. So it's a 6-hour operation. So it is like you have the pumping in the daytime to the upper pond with the excess solar wind. Then the night time you generate. So that is the way. And we have the 400 kV backbone line coming from Northern, then New Habarana, via then Maha, then Kinidivale. That is the transmission line we plan. So we need to have the transmission backbone to evacuate that, as well as the pump hydro 600 megawatt. In recent plans, we have planned for 2034 to be connected. So, and the transmission infrastructure should come. I think now we have completed the feasibility study. Now detailed design is in progress. So, and hope to secure funds. This is also in target with the 70% renewable targets. So as in line with the general policy guidelines. So it is well planned. Now it is in progress.
Thank you so much. There was one, that's right. That's the last question, no more questions. Time has passed.
Sorry to have been the last, but yeah, I am Engineer Harsha Kumar Suryarachi. Now we are talking about, actually, I have to appreciate, I think, all these presenters. I know them very well. They are very good people. Now, one thing is, now we are talking about 70% renewable. But why are we talking only about this CB consumption? Now, for example, as that gentleman very correctly said,
vehicles consume a lot of foreign currencies. It's about 4 times or 5 times the CB usage. So why not we think of that line, and why not we made a proposal in 2015 for the government to, so we named it as 500% renewable because it's 4 times more than what CB is consuming. We can use now, Professor Ekanak pointed out that V2G systems are happening in the world, and we proposed this in 2015. Actually, CEB or some other authority should have taken it to consideration 10 years ago. Why not we start even now? The regulations and everything, we should not take them as a barrier. It's we who should put the regulations. Okay, thank you.
You want to answer?
Okay, I will answer so many questions. Now, this vehicle electrification, now we are in continuous dialogue with Transport Ministry, and this recent long-term generation expansion plan, we requested their forecast, how many electrical vehicles would be added. So they given us 3 scenarios. All 3 scenarios we considered in our demand forecast, we added that. So then we can see that whether their progress also. With that, we have plans we prepare every 2 years. Then if there is a boost in electric vehicles, so we can cater that demand. There is no issue with the CB plans. We have already allocated their forecast into our plan. So we in line with that. So as in my presentation, you might remember that emission wise, the major emissions is from transport sector, but we all talk about electricity, but we are in a very good phase. But so yeah, thanks for your question. So we have to think about transport sector in, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, because my question was kind of mistracked by your answer. Because what I am trying to say, tell is, why should we have to always depend on the CEB grid and everything? Because we get sun everywhere, and vehicles are independent. Presently, the vehicles are not dependent on CEB grid. So why can't we use that system? So we are not going to burden CEB. It's 4 times more than CEB's support or capacity. So why not we think of that way? We don't have to worry about it. So CEB can run their grid and the system separately for the things. But for the vehicles, why not we have a separate system? I mean, anything is possible. The very old days, we had our own cows to get the milk. So that is possible. I mean, there's no question. I think all what is happening is the world has become like nobody is now having cows to get milk, or you buy it from somebody. So the CEB, I mean, the energy is not only electricity, energy is all the vectors, as you very correctly said. There are so many vectors involved, and these vectors are now interdependent. It's not unlike those days. The heat is related to electricity and other things. So I think we need to have that big picture. So the CEB is only presenting their generation plan, not the government policy should look at all these different vectors.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, please.
One comment on that. Actually, the CEB's plan is also considering this. If there is a policy to convert, bring in electricity vehicles and promote electric vehicles, that is linked to the CEB demand. And demand is taken into consideration in developing their plan. But you are talking something little different on the network side. But what I'm saying is, whatever the current plan of development of EVs are taken into consideration in the CB plan's demand forecast. But if you are going for entire thing, what you said, there can be separate ways of charging EV. But what I'm saying is the current plan has taken into account whatever the forecast of electric vehicles from the Transport Ministry. Okay.
We need to conclude the session now because we are running out of time. We are already run out of time. Thank you very much for the presenters and also the audience. I want to make just a statement made by Mahatma Gandhi. What he said is that there is enough in this world for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed. Conclude that. Thank you.
Just to conclude the formality, even as we say thank you very much to having those in the panel for having contributed once again. We'd like to say thank you very much to the CEO and staff of the CCI, and indeed the council for having energized this whole program, making it possible to be conducted in the manner it has, and addressing some very serious and urgent matters that are of concern not only to just the professionals, but as we have understood, the community of Sri Lanka. They really need to know and benefit from whatever it is. So there has been tireless commitment on the part of the staff of CCI, and we want to say thank you very much, and management and indeed the president as well. Yes, and we have a video coming up now, which is from our main sponsor. We would like to say thank you to HWK Vocational Training Improvement Project. And so with that on screen, we would like to say thank you very much to the audience for having been present. So watch the film.
Within the scope of dual vocational training in the trade, all companies and schools are working closely together to coordinate the contents of training courses. Chambers of Skilled Crafts play a special role because they are responsible for the coordination of approximately 130 professions in the sector of skilled crafts and trade. They are the superior unit and the contact in all educational issues, both for the companies and instructors, schools and teachers, and of course the trainees. The Chambers of Skilled Crafts are the pivot on which everything turns. They advise the young trainees before and during their apprenticeship. They assist in developing the contents of courses and school curriculums. They are the contact for vocational schools and schools of general education regarding the career potentials. They support companies in all educational issues. They train skilled workers to become qualified instructors. They establish training centers to teach special methods, techniques and technologies. And they are in charge of the intermediate examinations, apprenticeship tests and final examinations to certify qualifications. Thus, the Chambers of Skilled Crafts are the bracket of dual vocational training. They are advisor, helper, go-between, organizer, and a professional and independent partner of all parties involved.